university. This is the challenge for the Teknoputra office. How for us to reach, but to reach this entrepreneur technical university is not one day. We need to build the punya culture, and then the mindset toward our student from the beginning, from the earlier stage. When they go into this techno ataupun they go into this university campus saja, we know that why they go into this university, for them to get the better job after that. Tetapi kalau kita tengok dalam suasana sekarang ni, we refer back to the current COVID-19. What happened? Those yang graduate still unemployment. Betul tak? If I refer back pada statistik, pada 2015 200,000 graduate keluar daripada universiti. Tetapi how many percent saja yang mendapat kerja? In 2019 the numbers is increased. Daripada 200,000 graduate produced by the university, 290,000. How many percent from this 290,000 ni mendapat kerja? This is the issue. So that's why this is the challenge for us. How that we want to create the entrepreneur mindset among the students. So I want to bring you ataupun share with you the success story of our alumni. Within this COVID time, within the 3 months, they create 90,000. Last year, I just checked with him, daripada January until November 2021, they're creating the revenue 24 million. From what industry? Adakah dia bekerja makan gaji? Adakah dia create dia punya own company dan sebagainya? Orang tu macam Dato cakap lah tadi, saya suka repeat, kita makna tidak ada wrong door. If dia meeting kepada kita, this is the right door. So walaupun dia never get involved dalam entrepreneur before, but if they are coming to us, we have to entertain them. So this person with the initiative from us, we linkkan dia kepada Mara, and then dia dapat the sponsor daripada Mara. For example, like the promotion punya fund 20,000, easily for him to get. Walaupun dia bukan register with the Teknoputra before, but when dia nampak kita punya commitment, kita assist dia, barulah dia boleh create kepada and then info kepada others members to communicate with this Teknoputra. So nampak kat situ, mana dia jumpa the right door, and then we give the very clear information. So they are really happy, and then dia inform to all the members. Kita tak boleh nak pukul canang, datanglah kepada aku, tak boleh nak pukul canang macam tu. Nanti orang cakap, siapa tu Haji Nasir baru masuk tekno je nak pukul canang macam tu. But we must make sure that whatever our goal is betul, in line with this university punya goal, vision tu. Cuma sekarang ni university punya target global technopreneur. Global technopreneur bukan orang tu graduate saja dia menjadi global technopreneur. Ada yang some members they need to get involved in the industry first. Ada macam tu. And then during this COVID also, banyak yang kita nampak penambahan pelajar-pelajar kita di dalam online business. Dia buat business makanan, tapi how for them to market the product using the platform. This is the current challenge. Okay, kita nak sentuh pasal ni lagi. Okay, for those new members, kita ada vision. Vision kita to lead the student and graduate in the entrepreneur development and inculcating culture of excellence in Unicare and among its stakeholder. I think this one need to revisit. So that's why ni Dato Zahir ni dia punya pakar ni. Mungkin dia akan bagi challenge lah kepada all the members. We need to revisit our vision in mission. So kalau kita tengok value tu dah cantik lah. Kita makna value tu kita ada ECT, mana kita dah masukkan that kind of element. Tetapi vision ni macam terlalu panjang, susah. Kita vision ni we need create to something yang kata orang easy to understand. Tak payah terlalu lengang-lenggok dia banyak sangat. Jadi kita kena fikir something yang easy to reach. Yang faham, orang cakap je nak pergi sekolah naik bas, nak pergi sekolah naik bas, ataupun nak pergi sekolah by one hour, for example macam itu. So how for us to reach to that school in 1 hour? Mungkin you nak guna basikal, mungkin nak guna motor, mungkin you nak guna kereta, kan? Tapi the most important, by 1 hour you going to reach to that place. Mana clear kat situ. Okay, vision must have a clear dia punya understanding by all the members. So this is a challenge all the members today. Okay. Okay, outcome. Teknoputra Alumnipreneur is our main. Kita bukanlah nak serve kepada MARA, kita bukanlah nak serve kepada KPLB, but this is the area yang diorang asyik tanya pada kita. This is the area pada by quarterly you are menyambah dengan Teknoputra Office. Betul tak? Teknoputra Office akan tanya, apa status? Apa status Genesis? Apa status Alumnipreneur? Tapi inilah yang desakan yang kita kena support, yang kita kena reply kepada our stakeholder. Tetapi kalau kita tak create something, kalau kita tak create the activities, how for us to reach this number? Nampak? So that's why lah, kalau you tengok Azura punya distribute kepada all the members, activities for 2022. But Alhamdulillah, today we are on track. We targeting to run this workshop for 3 days, and then starting from yesterday. Alhamdulillah, mana satu dah rak kat sini. Azura punya performance dah tercapai 3 hari, tetapi 3 hari conduct the workshop. But the most important is the goal, the achievement, what the outcome from this workshop. Betul? Jadi you all ni hari ni, so that's why kita cakap free, jangan pakai baju uniform saya pakai. Saya nak beritahu Teknoputra, this is the marketing, this is the branding. Itu saja ya. So the goal for today punya workshop tu is very important. Okay, Alumnipreneur, business networking, unique branding, and Genesis. Genesis dengan Alumnipreneur tak boleh dipisahkan. We need to create the mindset during pelajar-pelajar study dekat Universiti Kuala Lumpur. Okay, and kita juga kena berhubung baik dengan SME. Itu tak boleh dipisahkan. And based on Dato Presiden punya information to me, this year kita nak kena baik dengan SME. How that we want to create the good rapport dengan SME. To the challenge. So that's why for this year kita dah arrangekan schedule. Tidak ada satu institut pun terkecuali untuk arrangekan visit dengan whatever agency yang close to your area. Malahan dengan Pharma itself, I already talk to the Pharma members. We only signing with only one Pharma at this HQ, yang mana dia boleh cover untuk semua negeri. Tak perlulah Johor nak pergi jumpa Pharma Johor, Perak nak pergi jumpa Pharma Perak dan sebagainya. Begitu juga dengan kalau kita deal dengan Kuala Lumpur, is only kita punya deal and then cover untuk semua. Okay, entrepreneurship pathway dah menyampah dah, dah muak dah tengok ni. Kalau kita tengok sini, apakah penambahan yang kita upgradekan? Buat Genesis 3.0. Kita ada business exposure. Lepas tu kita nak penambahan graduate. Kita nak kena appreciate performance of our Genesis, performance of our Alumnipreneur. So that's why kalau you tengok nanti kita akan arrange kan, somewhere this February, we want to recognize the performer from our Alumnipreneur. Alumnipreneur yang sukses di dalam dia punya business, kita nak bagi award. So nanti Azura akan come up with the circulation lah. Betul So you all pun dah tahu, itu yang daripada December last year Azura dah hantar informasi untuk kita dapatkan, kita gatherkan all the input. So please support dia, and then please reach ke mana saja kita punya Alumnipreneur. Overview on Teknoputra establishment and operation. This, as what I mentioned, Genesis and Alumnipreneur. It's only two je kita punya KPI. Kalau kita tak build Genesis, it's very difficult for us to dapat hasil dia Alumnipreneur. Okay, but Alumnipreneur ni kita belum mencapai the tahap yang paling tinggi, iaitu Teknopreneur, because our target is Teknopreneur. So you need to understand on the area. Okay. Okay, this KPI, the performance daripada 2019. Target 2019, number soal Alumnipreneur 1000, kita exceeding 1208. For 2020, 500. But this time we already come up with some penambahan sedikit. Bermakna dengan berapa dia punya income. Okay. So during that time we come up with some lagi improvement in our system. We create the SharePoint. Kita kena say thank you to Muhammad Syafiq ni. Kena tepuk tangan sikit. This is the first day I masuk saja, saya tengok apa area yang kena nak diimprovekan dekat Tekno. Satu, with the numbers of manpower yang tak ramai. So saya cakap dengan Syafiq, Sistem. I bagi dia 3 bulan, tapi dia drag kepada 7 bulan ke 9 bulan saya rasa. Sebab dia need to get the support daripada TD. Tapi finally we managed to have the system. Actually during that time I target is only two way dia punya kerja dia, bukan only one way. But sekarang punya system is only one way. The members need to key in, because we targeting members tak perlu key in. You just explain about the Teknopreneur, for example Genesis, Alumnipreneur, and then the members, the real person yang going to key in the data, the business, the incomes, etc. di dalam sistem. But insyaAllah this year I try to talk again to President, and then we nak tengok ada some budget. Kita allocatekan about 300,000 hopefully 300,000 to upgrade the system. Kita pun ada 1 million daripada Genesis. Daripada Genesis kita offer 1,001 person. Daripada 1,001 person tu, yang apply for the grant ataupun loan is only 70 members. 70 members, 16 orang apply 1,000, satu orang apply for 500. Alhamdulillah, Azura memang kena stress dengan saya. Dah bayar belum? Alhamdulillah, all the members yang buat loan tu dah bayar. So that's why we ada 1 million. So we already submit the new proposal kepada Mara. By target from 1 million, we try to increase the loan. Ataupun kita try offer one off grant. We try bagi grant 3,000 per individu. Tapi tak boleh dapat sampai 1,000 members. But this one yang kita dah bagi kepada Mara. This our proposal. So we really hope that this one can increase the interest toward our student. Tak nak bagi loan lagi, kita terus bagi grant tu, and then some of the balance tu kita come up with the activity related kepada entrepreneur. Okay. This is a challenge. Recommendation. This one kita ambil daripada apa yang you all come up. Remember last time kita pernah tanya, what is the challenge? What is the recommendation for us to improve? Tapi ini kita tak ambil semua lah. Kita tunjukkan pada you all, this is what yang you come up kan dalam kita punya request last time. Okay. Okay, permanent lecturer has a role as Teknoputra frontline to the student. Sekarang ni dekat UDKL ni masalah yang mengajar bukan full time lecturer. Ini saya dah highlightkan di dalam meeting management. So hopefully kalau mana ECC Teknoputra dia punya representative during the meeting, you need to highlight again to your deans dan sebagainya lah. Because kalau orang part time yang mengajar, dia akan mengajar setakat mengajar saja. And then again, Teknoputra punya syllabus ni tidak ada exam. Based on the activity, kita kena grab this peluang ni. Kita grab this peluang, pastikan kita run betul-betul activity. If run the activity, we need to have a permanent lecturer yang boleh engage dengan kita punya pelajar-pelajar. Itu the challenge. Okay. Untuk membentuk global Teknoputra, kita kena ada clear vision. So again, about the vision. Vision must be simple and clear. Itu satu. There's a challenge for today punya tu lah. Nanti mungkin Dato' tahu macam mana lah nak realign balik kita punya pemikiran, kita punya understand. Okay. Role kita, we need to know what is our role. Role saya dekat Chancellery bukan sahaja duduk kat situ. I need to ensure all the members dekat kampus semua faham apa itu kita punya peranan di dalam melahirkan ramai usahawan. Kita punya role. Apa-apa aktiviti you nak bridgingkan student ni dengan agensi ke, you nak conduct the debate ke, itu semua soft skill. Kita kena create more soft skill buat kita punya student. Nak menjadi seorang entrepreneur, dia dare to take the challenge. Kalau tak berani nak take the challenge, macam Dato' cakap tadi, malam tadi macam-macam dia punya point-point yang Dato' highlight, itu semua relate kepada nak menjadi seorang usahawan yang berjaya. Kena fikirkan kat situ. Clear direction. Clear direction makna Teknoputra dah beri dah clear. Kita nak melahirkan Genesis, kita nak melahirkan alumnipreneur. Kita come up with the clear. If alumnipreneur, apa elemen ataupun karakteristik yang kita require, kita make it clear. So that's why daripada 1000 we reduce to 500. Reduce to 500, we come up with the criteria. Berapa dia punya income, berapa manpower yang dia create di dalam dia punya business. Itu barulah quality. It's not based on numbers. Kalau based on numbers, macam-macam. Ada yang tak register with SSM, ada yang still remain nasi je, orang kata nasi enterprise. Dia tidak ada inovasi, dia statik yang macam gitu. Itu yang masalah. And adakah kita enough sekarang ni untuk melahirkan entrepreneur mindset? Adakah enough? Adakah 3 subjek enough? Malaikat macam UBIS ni lain, dia macam-macam. Dia business school. Kalau business school tak boleh produce more entrepreneur, kita kena tanya business school, what happened to them? Kalau institut lain, okay. Tetapi the challenge from the institut lain, you kena pastikan bahawa the members from you punya side, they create the business related to the program run by that institute. Aviation, marine, chemical for example, macam itulah. Tu yang kita kena challenge ourselves. What we do, apa yang kita buat, cukup ke? Masing-masing kata cukup. Kalau kita kata cukup, dapat dah kita achieve kita punya KPI. Walaupun kita dah reduce daripada 1000 to 500, even 500 for 2021 still never reach 500. Ada institut yang 11, ada yang 1. Satu tu pun tak tahu lah dia korek macam mana tu. We need to ask ourselves, kenapa boleh berlaku macam gitu? Alright. So recognition, itulah tadi di dalam kita punya pathway. At the end, we want to recognize, give a award supaya all the others member dia feel apa tu interested untuk daftar, untuk join our program. And today alhamdulillah ada some members try to meet up with the alumni. Baguslah. Macam Mimet memang quite agresif. Saya mana yang kata orang perform, kita kena cakap perform lah, kan? Tahniah lah. Walaupun saya dalam grup tu saya bukan baca, telinga panas, mata sakit tengok. Tapi this is the reality. This is the reality. As an entrepreneur, you jangan rasa takut-takut untuk berkongsi idea. Cuma kita senyap je lah kan. Kita want to see what is the feedback daripada alumni partner. Kalau dia tidak ada feedback, bermakna dia cakap ini semua loyal blow lah kan. Tapi kalau ada feedback, it's good. Bermakna dia still ada hati untuk collaborate, untuk join kita punya group. So, kenalah contoh mana yang baik. Okay, this is our challenge. So Syafiq memang dah letakkan some schedule. Kita kena start dengan apprentice genesis. So apprentice genesis ni, daripada awal-awal diorang masuk saja uni KM during the wow session, is not only depending pada wow session. You kena dah createkan group yang mana yang ada hati berkenaan dengan entrepreneur. Kita tak boleh nak paksa semua orang. Kalau berdasarkan latar belakang feedback keluarga, berdasar latar belakang keluarga, dia memang keluarga usahawan. Memanglah anak-anak tu dia dah tertumpu ke arah menjadi usahawan. Tetapi sekarang ni kita also kena fair kepada yang lain. So that's why the challenge of the institute members ni, how that we want to create more apprentice genesis. Bercakap banyak berkenaan dengan entrepreneur. Lepas tu, kalau kita dah ada apprentice genesis, at least 1,000 ataupun 2,000, 50% daripada itu dah boleh menjadi genesis. Genesis ini yang kita nak pastikan mereka yang daftar mempunyai SSM. Sekarang ni kita dah collaborate dengan Bank Islam, bagi pembukaan akaun secara percuma. Apa lagi yang kita nak? Itu kita punya effort. You punya effort untuk bagaimana untuk menyampaikan message ni kepada members. Okay? Conduct the training, business exposure, itu kita masukkan dalam kita punya Genesis 3.0. Kalau boleh saya nak ubah langsung, tak nak pakai dah nama Genesis. I want to create the new model. We try to think about that. Okay? Kalau dah nama Genesis tak ada perubahan, we need to change. Kalau tak berubah juga, we need to change the leader. Itu je simple. So we need to do something. Okay, success Teknopreneur, this is our ultimate aim. We need to have a numbers. Tapi itu semua bermula dengan apprentice genesis and the process yang kita conduct during the studying time. Barulah kita dapat success Teknopreneur. To strengthen TD as a main terminal in entrepreneur program, current role, tengok sini, entrepreneur attention among the student, graduate student as a real entrepreneur. Kat sini kena faham what is our role. Again, our role based on my study, banyak I bagi kategori, tetapi university role adalah memainkan peranan utama di dalam melahirkan minda usahawan di kalangan pelajar. Attitude also memainkan peranan, tetapi university role lebih memainkan peranan yang utama dalam melahirkan minda usahawan di kalangan pelajar. So, apakah university role? Dengan program-program yang kita buat, dengan engagement kita dengan bank, SMEs yang lainnya, itu kita punya role. Pelajar tidak ada that capacity untuk reach to the area without our support. Okay, sebab dia ada kekangan, mereka ada study time dan sebagainya. Tapi kita tidak. Kita boleh ada connection kita, malah kita boleh build that environment, that culture kepada pelajar-pelajar. Okay, nak kata kita tak buat, kita dah buat. In class kita ada 3 modul. Adakah cukup? Kita rasa tak cukup, kita tambah lagi di luar kelas. Kita ada business practice, business training, business challenge, business discourse. Malahan this year Saya dah cakap dengan saya punya team, kita ada digital punya training. This adalah penambahan. Supaya kenapa? Sesuai, align with the current demand. Kalau kita tak buat business digital, budak-budak kita, pelajar-pelajar kita akan ketinggalan. You tengok kalau dalam iklan Digital Business Challenge, for example, semua berkenaan dengan digital. So kita kena seiring dengan perubahan masa tu. Okay, thing to do. This is something yang kita kena buat untuk 2022. Business clinic kena ada, bukan hanya kepada pelajar, malahan kepada alumni pernah. So dekat unit KL Chancellery, memang kita whatever student yang alumni, kita still invite orang datang. Mana kita still entertain mereka. Dia nak tahu nak buka business macam mana, Siti ada pengalaman, ni Siti you tolong assist. Sebab kita recognize siapa yang pernah dapat loan dan sebagainya, kita linkkan kepada mereka yang ada kepakaran. Tetapi kalau boleh, tekno representative dekat semua kampus ada that kepakaran. Tak tahu, you kena tanya dengan rakan-rakan yang lain. Jangan senyap. Sebab apa? Kalau you senyap, dia punya kesan berlaku kepada kita punya alumni pernah. Kita tak boleh nak blame mereka. Sebab sebelum masa mereka belajar, mereka tidak ada keterbukaan untuk menjadi seorang usahawan. Tapi apabila pandemik berlaku, tidak ada kerja, masa tu berlumba-lumba bertanya, kan? Takkanlah you nak marah mereka. Betul? Sebab dia dah jumpa you need to entertain. Walaupun mereka bukan grup teknopreneur. Okay? Engagement with marah, state level. So itulah yang jangan marah saya, jangan marah staff saya. Memang kita dah arrange kan, setiap institut memainkan peranan utama untuk buat engagement dengan marah. Marah bukan hanya marah, mana agensi yang akan support kepada entrepreneur punya program. Ada yang dapat schedule ke Sabah tu, alhamdulillah lah. Sarawak, alhamdulillah. Kelantan, mana kita cover satu Malaysia this time. Ini saya akan highlightkan dalam PDM. Memang kita nakkan dan involvement daripada institut untuk meet up with this agensi yang terlibat. Okay, collaboration with strategic partner, kena cari partner yang bersesuaian. Okay, engagement with alumnipreneur and bridging them to the entrepreneur agency. This is an important area. Jangan biarkan mereka macam itu. So pada 2 bulan 12 hari, saya nak ucapkan tahniah kepada MSI lead for the program dengan Penang. Alumni yang mengikuti bukan hanya alumni MSI, MIMED ada, UBIS pun ada join the program. Mana kita buat macam itu, pergi Johor, whatever unit KL punya alumni yang berada kat Johor, join di Johor punya meeting. Kita nak macam itu. Bukan kita bekerja dalam keadaan yang silo saja. Mana kita kena open. Okay, this by 2030, 50%, 10,000 university student. What be a target? 10,000 alumnipreneur, 5,000 technopreneur. This our target by 2030. Angan-angan ke ni? Kalau tak ada angan-angan, payahlah nak capai. Kenalah ada angan-angan. Kalau ada angan-angan, mesti ada proses. Apa dia proses? Kita dah sediakan dah proses. Sebab tu adanya Teknoputra office. Itulah dia punya start. Kita ada wakil, kita ada kekuatan, kita boleh pergi ke mana-mana area. So this target by 2030. Kita macam saya cakap semalam, kita never reach 10% pun kita punya achievement. Kalau kita tengok pelajar masuk untuk satu SEM, kalau ada satu kampus ada 30. Kita ambil lah satu SEM berapa? 1,000 ada pelajar. Untuk yang terbarunya baru 500. Round figure 500 kali kita ambil 10%. Baru berapa? 50. Sikit je. Malu lah. Setakat 50 orang yang kita nak lahirkan. Kalau kita berdasarkan the new intake. Tapi sekarang ni kita open daripada semester 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nampak? Itu pun tak dapat pun. Betul tak? This is our challenge. Kita berdasarkan, sekarang ni kita target untuk this year berdasarkan intake. Kalau semester 1 tu 500, bermakna at least dan kurangnya 50 menjadi Genesis. Bukan throughout the semester tu. Yang ada tu Alhamdulillah, sebab ada kesedaran dalam semester ketiga nak register. Kenapa baru semester 3 nak register? Failure dekat kita. Faham tak? Saya always blame ourselves. Kenapa baru semester 3 dia nak menjadi Genesis members? Tak cukup kita punya pendekatan kita dengan mereka. Kita nak kena tahu dari segi, that's why lah kita nak kena tahu apa kita punya matlamat. Okay, itu saja. Thank you daripada saya. Okay, terima kasih. Kita okay, soalan. Ada soalan? Saya memang target cepat je, sebab nak bagi peluang pada Dato' Zahir. Ada apa-apa soalan? Tak ada Okey, untuk okey, ni.
Saya rasa perlukan perbincangan, tapi kalau tak mungkin
Okey. Lepas ni nanti kita akan beritahu what is the target for 2022. 2022 kita akan beritahu kemudian. Sebab yang most important that is about the numbers. Cuma macam mana perbincangan, macam mana kaedah untuk mencapai, kita akan discuss from time to time. Okey. Sekian.
Okay, terima kasih pada Tuan Haji Nasir. Kita punya minum ada kat luar kan? Belum lagi nak tanya. Jadi tanpa kita melengahkan masa, saya rasa sesuai lah untuk kita menjemput yang berbahagia Prof. Zahir untuk memberikan pengisian beliau dan juga membawa dan mengemudi workshop kita ini ke arah yang lebih baik lah untuk division ni terutamanya. Jadi saya persilakan Ibu Dato'.
Assalamualaikum, good morning. The group ni kita kena rearrange Satu tu dia terlalu banyak group ni. I think we should have about 4 or 5. A lot of what I wanted to do, maybe the whole day sampai malam kan, is more of a group work for us to understand the philosophy and the underlying reason why we are doing things. And then what are the pitfall of certain things. We talk about strategies. We wanted to do strategic planning. Cantik lah, strategy itu cantik. But there are pitfalls in strategy for all of us to understand. We talk about vision, but behind it there are banyak isu-isu yang we need to discuss about ourselves. So that by the time you go back to your respective campus or your respective office, you are clear what you have to do. I'm not teaching you how to fill forms. You know best what to do in your form, how to raise your KPI. But you're not new here. You have been doing it year in, year out. But the session that we wanted to do, that I wanted to engage with you all, is to provide the meaning to what we are doing. That you understand why we are doing certain things and what are the pitfalls of doing those things. Di dalam management ni dia bukan hanya one way saja. There are a lot of things that you have to discuss with the management context. I think we can dia kita break ke apa?
Kita tak ada break kan, cuma kita ada free flow minum petang, ataupun nanti kita break yang 10 minit yang minum petang pagi. Minum pagi.
Nawali lah tu.
Minum pagi dekat luar ni kan, dekat depan.
So what we will be discussing, what is shown dalam my map ni, satu tu the introduction. I'll go through with the strategic planning process. What do you mean by strategic planning? The shared values, critical success factors, key business processes, priority focus, and strategic goals. And then you take up your goal lah. Then what I wanted to do is, saya tak suka buat banyak benda. I would prefer to do few but have big result. And you don't have to do too many things. You do few things but the result is a huge result. You get the result, you get the outcome. Sometimes we tend to be very busy. We do a lot of things but there's no outcome. So we have to go and do things that produce the most outcome. Bagi saya 2-3 benda, but it cover a lot of things. It cover all your KPI, buat 2-3 benda. So we have to discuss what are those things that becomes important to all of us. I wanted to restructure your grouping, but before we do that, ada some exercise that I want to introduce. Up front here, I show ada 4 geometric figure: triangle, rectangle, or a square, a circle, and a squiggle. Squiggle lah, the squiggle. I want you to take the piece of paper in front of you. I want you to draw only one that you think, if you want to use as your logo, it becomes your logo. Which of these 4 that you would choose to be your logo?
Dia bagi grouping. Dia duduk dalam grouping dah.
Tak perlu. Don't worry about that grouping. Nanti I show the but if you feel comfortable doing it as your logo, what would be your logo? Kalau you seorang entrepreneur, what would be that logo? Ada 4 logo sini. A triangle, a rectangle, a circle, and a squiggle. 4. You choose only all 4. Which is it?
Satu lagi gigi.
Itu
Mana yang sesuai yang cuba.
Keli. Yang lagi satu rambut keli.
Gigi je. Sampai laut. Sini.
Alright, boleh? It will not take long to do your logo kan? Very simple. So, because we are all from different area, so let's just introduce ourselves. Only 3 things, jangan melengit-lengit, jangan panjang-panjang cerita your life history, tak payah. Your name that you like people to call you here, your location, where you come from, bukan kampung, institute where you come from, and also your logo. Which are the logo that you choose? I'll start from here. Sini tak nampak ni?
Assalamualaikum. Morning. Orang farmasi niat bagi customer saya. Logo Swiggle.
So his name is Mus daripada Miat Squiggle.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Nama name Razak Melaka Swiggles. Thank you.
Masyad lah Melaka.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Saiful Anwar. Baru sampai pagi ni. Banyak-banyak sebab tak baca semua. Saya daripada TD. Logo sebenarnya saya pilih triangulation. Triangle.
Alright. So he's a triangle person.
Assalamualaikum. Saya Zahir daripada UPIS. Tapi insyaAllah niat kot.
Suka.
Dia orang ni pula.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Saya Jeros from UPIS. Triangle.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Azura, Triangle.
Dah nampak? Sudah.
Jangan saksikan Azura.
Azura, Teknoputra, Triangle.
Assalamualaikum. Saya Liza, Unikat MFI. Logo.
Nampak Liza? Nampak?
Assalamualaikum. Saya Liza, Unikat MFI. Logo bulat round. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Saya Ainul dari BMI. Logo circle.
Mana yang bagus? Aku nak yang open, yang tak terikat dengan belakang.
Assalamualaikum.
Tengah sikit. Lepas tu rapat. Tak dengar.
Assalamualaikum. Siti Nur Kamaria, Mimet. Saya pilih circle. Saya
Boleh gabung.
Boleh combine dua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada Kibidin,
Logo satu je.
Circle.
Sekret juga.
Tak apa lah.
Dah sekali dah.
Dia ada makna sendiri yang
Assalamualaikum. Morning, saya Ramzan dari Mestek Circle.
Suka juga, suka. Kalau logo singkat, apa maksud saya?
Square tak ada. Square tak ada.
Good morning. Saya Sim dari MyTech. Saya pilih Circle sebab most of the brand that I like Circle.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Azwan daripada MSI Kulim, Triangle.
Triangle. Mana satu nak pilih ni?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning. Yusran, MSI, Triangle.
Oh, yang tu Kulim, ini MSI.
Lain saya. Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Rosna daripada Uni KLPD. Actually, antara ni sebab logo yang saya minat numbers ataupun words, tapi semua all the company yang saya buat semua pakai words, so saya choose point je lah kot. So maybe around circle.
Circle.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Masyida. Panggil Syida je ya. Okey, saya pilih triangle. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Saya Nur Ain daripada Mindset. Saya akan ambil rectangle. Assalamualaikum, saya Rohani daripada Uni KL Masjid Kajang. Saya pilih circle.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Nama saya Arif. Saya daripada MIT. Saya pilih Circle.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Saya Zulham, boleh panggil Zul, daripada MIT. Saya pilih Circle.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semua. Will daripada MFI, bulat.
Bulat.
Assalamualaikum, saya Maizura dari MyTech Johor. Saya pilih triangle. Tak ada kena-mena dengan Illuminati ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, I'm Aida. Pilih MyTech and rectangle.
Only rectangle. Okay. So we have decided in your grouping. So in your group, I would prefer in the group to have different location and different logo. So try to organize among yourself. So that in each group too, they would have circle, triangle, squiggle, and also rectangle. But if some group does not have, then you have to negotiate.
Berapa grup?
Lima group. So that you are sitting in 6 table, but you will prefer 5 groups.
5 group.
Yang ni 2 speaker, so 1 speaker have to move out. Let me organize this group. This group got one squiggle and one rectangle. So this group require one circle and one rectangle.
Ada extra.
Ini ada siapa rectangle? Tadi ada rectangle. Tadi ada dua rectangle kan? Alright, okay. You all have to move. This group move here. You are behind the pillars. You are circle, triangle, they need another rectangle and squiggle. Squiggle ada. We have how many rectangle tadi? Okay. Then this group ada semua? Ada ni circle, triangle, rectangle, circle,
Itu
circle, squiggle. One person, two triangle. One triangle move the other side. You are triangle.
Ramai triangle.
Circle. Circle. Dia lima bagi satu lagi sini. One person move here. Rectangle satu rectangle. Rectangle satu je.
Satu je. Cuma tak lari.
Cari.
Choose. You are.
Arif mana Arif? Dah kena tu.
Ni, seorang lagi dah ada.
Ni.
Saya technician.
Dia maintenance.
Saya maintenance. Dah dapat sini ya.
Alright, those who there are two logo that we do not have. One is the squiggle. There are only 2 person squiggle in this room, and only 2 rectangle. So the group that does not have squiggle can move over sometime and call this squiggle to come and join you for a while. Can be a brain, and then you channel back. The same thing with rectangle. So who are the 2 squiggle? Mus and Razak. Okay. And who are the 2 rectangle? Dengan Dato. Alright. Okay. Dia tak balance. Ini kosong dah lah. Can one group
Duduk di belakang.
Sini busuk. Dah belum kita.
Sini. Agak sini. Ha.
Jadi ni pergi kat sana.
Tunai je.
ada dah.
Tak sih.
Tadi slide saja kan? Tadi slide aja.
Siapa jatuh tu pik? Pik.
Report je lah.
Let's go. Kat sini.
Belakang. Kata nampak tak orang yang
Dan ambil kursi. Sini sini.
Ini okey, ini okey. Alright, chat ni
Kita support tu.
Oh.
It's a very fast way to do profiling, and it's quite accurate. I'm not saying that it's very accurate, but it's quite accurate profiling. It's called geometrical. In fact, there are five geometrics to choose from. But I normally would not want to use a square because the square people think it is something else or you are square type. So I combine the square together with the rectangle. Okay? And triangle. Who's a triangle? Eh? This group triangle? Triangle, this group, two triangle, this group, two triangle, this group, one triangle. Triangle, they are the movers. They move things, they do things. They are the one that normally, if you ask to do something, they will be the first to take up and say, yes, let's do it. Let's move it. Okay? Let's get it done. It is the triangle. Alright? However, the triangle can be seen to be a bulldozer. They just bulldoze, they don't care. They don't care about others. They just bulldoze. So this is why I'm quite concerned if the group have two triangles. Sometimes in the group that have two triangles, there will be conflicts. Conflicts among the triangle. Okay? And outsider, the other person will see them like a bulldozer. But their intention is not. Their intention is they want to get things done. They are the one who wants to get things moving. And in your organization, if you do not have a triangle, then nothing happens. We shut up, meeting, nothing happens. Next week, meeting, nothing happens. The reason why? Because you do not have a triangle in your group. The rectangle or a square sometimes, they are the person who do a lot of analysis. And they are the finisher. They are the one that will get things to be finished. The triangle will start off, but the triangle will never finish things. It is a rectangle yang finish. So there are the analysis. So in your team, if you do not have a rectangle, you would have problem in finishing your task. Tidak ada stop. Everybody want to do, and they leave a trail of unfinished job. You give them to do a project, you end up having so many projects, it's incomplete project. What is the percentage? Saya tanya, ini 60%, 50%, 30%, and you almost started, but never get it finished. Because you do not have a rectangle in your circle. There's a lot of circle here. Circle are people-centered. They like to work with people. They care about people. But they are also party goers. Happy go lucky. Always nak ajak makan, always nak party. So if you have too many circles, you know what happens in your group. Nothing happens.
Happy go lucky.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. They are the caring type. So in your organization, these are the people who will remember your birthday. They will be people who remember, oh, kawan ni dapat anak baru. Oh, next week is Maulidur Rasul. So these are the circle. The squiggle, they are the funny people. Squiggle can be very lonely. Squiggle can be very funny people. They are different, but they are the most creative people. And in an organization, it's very difficult to find a squiggle. And a squiggle in a low power distant organization, they move up the organization. But a squiggle in a high power distant gets suppressed. Okay, the bosses feel threatened. The boss don't like this person. They feel suppressed in a high power distant environment. And normally, squiggle in the country, there are a lot of squiggle in the country end up working for multinational because they get to do what they want to do, and they get respected for their views. But it is important because it is in their views that create things differently. They are the innovative, they are the creative, they are the one that come up with. Mula-mula macam, kau ni gila ke? What kind of idea is that? But eventually, baguslah ini, very good idea. This kind of thing. It is a squiggle. Squiggle that tend to do a lot of things. So if your group does not have a squiggle, you have to borrow one. If you are stuck in an idea, it's a pinjam jap Razak Farwan.
Bayar.
Session of must also be a lively session. This is why I changed a lot of your. You can keep your computers because I don't want you to hide behind the screen. So keep your computers dalam tu simpan. Hari ni kita tak pakai komputer, we go back to pen and papers. And we just do presentation, dekat on the wall, we present it. Show yourself rather than hide under the screen.
Haji apa? Haji apa? Ha? Semua
Circle.
Circle.
So if in future, if you have to do a project, then make sure that in your project you have all these people in your project. Then your project gets going. Your project, the project gets going. Alright, can I have your attention? Once you have these people in your team, then there are potential of conflicts. By nature, certain logo just do not like the other logo. Okay? The triangle cannot stand the circle. The triangle wants to work, the circle wants to go to party. Cannot. So you end up having conflicts. More so if the boss is a circle and the staff is a triangle. Apa pemalasnya bos aku ni? Okay, like this, you know. The same thing, if the boss is a triangle, the staff are all circle, the boss will have headache, you know. But all staff, party, every day party. Alright? They just couldn't get together. So sometimes when you have stuff that has conflict, try to ask, give me a logo. Then you understand why they have conflict. And you know, oh, these people, their inclination is towards this. The rectangle and the squiggle better don't marry each other. You have problem. The triangle cannot stand the squiggle because the triangle are very organized people, very analysis, organized. Squiggle ini tak organized also. Dia relax je, dia buat apa dia nak buat. Oh, buat. Squiggle will never have high blood pressure, but dia ada high blood pressure. So, in your project team, watch out for the rectangle and the squiggle, and also watch out for the triangle and the circle. There are potential conflicts. So a leader, of course, if you choose, for example, I'm a rectangle, I'm a triangle, but if you become a leader, then you have to say no. I got to be the chairman. I got to be the one who should not take sides, because you can actually have a second logo that you like. I like a triangle, but I also like a circle, for example. So you have to choose that kind of logo. Quite accurate, but it is not to be misused, and label people just as it is. And you cannot tell a person, hey, I want you to choose because I want to see your profile. I also can't choose. So make sure that they do not know what it's all about and what it's all about. Okay? So I hope all the 4 teams are able to work together. Kita nak pergi.
Tapi kalau tunggu bukan yang
boleh ni Ustaz. Sebab seorang kaji yang atas ni. Dia dah lama Ustaz. Habis yang bawa
So your group, you punya screen tak boleh? Dia pakai satu screen je.
Duduk belakang lah.
Just use one group, bagi balik dia, potong setengah.
Discount.
Sangkut dua tak boleh pula.
Tak boleh. Dia tu.
Ya, ini dah 80 tahun dah ada laptop ni. iPad ni.
Oh, okay. Tak apa, nanti
Sorry to ask you to move left, right and center. Dia tak boleh nak memang. What we want to do this morning is this: to look at and review, if possible, we review the strategy. But at least we can see what are the gaps in our current strategy. Before we go for our break, ada break kan? Tak ada break? Flow ni susah. Kan dia free aja tak flow. In any session of this nature, first thing that must happen is we must learn something. So last night and this morning, I hope you have learned something. Last night was about the culture, organization culture, the various culture, and today about geometric profiling. But we must also unlearn. Maybe what we have done in the past may not be enough, so we must unlearn. Unlearn is a very important process. You've got to unlearn things. In order to unlearn, then only can you relearn. So learn, unlearn, and relearn has got to go on a continuous basis. Why is important? Alvin Toffler is a futurist writer, he's a thinker. He says this: the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Okay? One very simple thing that a lot of people find it difficult to unlearn is to use PowerPoint. Presentation, PowerPoint. Unlearn them. There are a lot more others than PowerPoint that you can do presentation. Then you relearn what are the new things. Can I copy your file? Bagi thumb drive. That has to be unlearned, because you don't need a thumb drive anymore. Everything can be in the cloud. You know, everything can be a cloud. You don't have to print anymore. So, learning, unlearn, and relearn must be the most important agenda in all of us. the same thing that you're going to engage with the future entrepreneurs. And the entrepreneurs that we have to engage are the very young people who know a lot of things. They know a lot more than us in certain aspects. So we have to learn from them. In order for us to learn from them, we have to unlearn. Then we relearn from them. They are the one that can help you. They can show you what are the things to do, especially in areas of internet, because they are born. Their life is internet. They dah cekik-cekik dah ada internet, whereas we are not. Internet is something new to us. So kita kena learn, we have to unlearn, and then we relearn. So the whole process that I will bring you this morning and tonight will be in that process. We have to unlearn certain things that you have been doing all this while. Then we relearn something. And in order to do that, in order to do that, we have to also ask ourselves, our paradigm, depending on where we are, how we learn, where we learn. We may look things at a very different angle from the rest. And all of us, myself, Nasir, and whoever it is, all of us has got a blind spot. All of us have got a blind spot. There are areas that we cannot see. Areas that we cannot see. Macam mana, how good you are, you have blind spot. So it is important to listen to people, to get feedback from people, and for you to ask questions, because definitely all of us have got blind spot, and all of us can learn from each other. In my class, when I teach, I do not give lecture. I'm the one who use 100% problem-based learning, where students will engage with me on problem discussion, and you have to learn from them. And you know that you also have blind spot. There are things that you have learned that you think you know, but things have changed. Students will always remind me, Haji, dah tukar Haji. The CEO is no longer that person. The CEO is a new CEO now. So you have to also learn from them. So learning is important, and the student would prefer to learn among themselves under the new environment, because you are no longer the good teacher that you think you are. The internet is a better teacher than you are. Kalau boringnya dengan Haji bagi lecture, kan kawan ni lagi cantik daripada Haji, lecture dia lagi mengancam Haji. So next time, never mind, we will watch the YouTube. The lady in the YouTube is much more beautiful than you, Haji. The gentleman is younger than you, our age, and all these things. But the message is the same. So students today, in the new era, they learn by themselves. You only have to guide them. Senanglah kerja lecturer. But if you do not want to unlearn, then you do the same thing. Haji boleh ke they send me message, Haji, can you advise this lecturer change lah style dia, boring lah Haji. Macam mana nak cakap ni? How am I going to say that? When I told them, look, next semester we're still going to do online, terrible Haji. This is terrible. Can the university do something? We just don't like this online thing, you know. Can we come to the campus? We rindu kat campus. We rindu nak makan dekat cafeteria. We lose our friends. We nak jumpa Haji lah macam mana? All those things is coming. But we have to listen. Okay? The other thing that I want to I want you to look at his leadership. What we are doing eventually require either self-leadership, you're leading yourself, or you're leading your team, or you're leading your department. If it is a dean, he has to lead the whole campus, and if it is a director, he has to lead the whole 12, 13, 14 campuses in doing things. And when we talk about leadership, you cannot run away from there are various levels in terms of leadership. And if one level are having problem, then the next level will also have problem. Okay? So every one of us, we are a leader of ourselves. Starts from the lower level, leader of ourselves. It's very personal, but that leader must learn to be trustworthy. Trustworthy means you make a promise, you keep your promise. If you say that I want to go on diet, make sure you go on diet. If you do not go on diet, then you are not trustworthy with yourself. Okay? It starts with oneself. Don't tell others what to do, what you cannot do. It's important. Proverb Melayu kata mengajar ketam jalan lurus. Bapak ketam pun jalan mengajar anak jalan lurus. Sama lah. If you yourself cannot keep that promise to yourself, and you expect others to keep that promise. First level of leadership. Trustworthy is very, very important. Sometimes you may ask, how come my staff tak dengar lah cakap I degil lah my staff. It's not your staff yang degil, you yang degil. You are the one who are non-trustworthy, untrustworthy. You may not see it, but others see it. Ni apa ni, my boss, he says something else, do something else. You lost their respect, their trust. That's why it's called trustworthy. Because if you are not trustworthy, people will never trust you. The next level is with people. Interpersonal skill. How to deal with people. You have to build trust. If in your organization, the interpersonal skills are not there, if your interpersonal relationship are not there, then your whole department do not have trust with each other. So what everybody has to do is they just take care of their areas saja. They don't care about others. Saya punya mind. They don't trust each other. And if you don't trust each other, if the division, a department cannot have interpersonal skills that develop trust with each other, then that department will not function. It will not produce the result. You will have a dysfunctional organization. Then starts to come up politics here and there, a lot of rivalry, a lot of conflicts will happen in your organization because of trust. And trust, if your organization has a lot of trust, things move very fast. Okay, move very fast. I'll give you one example. I was in Japan, and we visited the human resource in that division, in that company. Then I asked the human resource person, how do you monitor your employees' annual leave? When they go on leave, how do you monitor? And he looked at me. Zahir son, monitor? What monitor? Why do I have to monitor? Why you employ them if you don't trust them? Oh. Why do you employ if you don't trust them? No. We don't keep any system. Waste of time. No filing, nothing. Behind dia punya pass tu, that's where they key in. He writes, he wants to go on leave certain day, the boss just put the job. That's it. No more filing system. That's it. Because they trust each other. People don't cheat. I went to a department that keep all the equipments of that company, and it's very expensive equipment. And I have problem with my company because our equipment, if you don't control, they're missing. Hilang. So I tell this chap, how do you make sure that your company, the equipment are not missing? Zahir, very dangerous. Why your equipment missing? People sometimes take away. Oh, you have thief? Why do you employ thief in your organization? No, Zahir, something wrong with your company. You employ thief. No, we don't employ thief here. So we don't control. So what they do is there is nobody who take care of the equipment. Everybody is given 5 chips with your name. If you borrow the equipment, you put the chips there, so that somebody else wants the equipment, he can go and contact you. That's all. Trust. When you have trust, you reduce a lot of requirement. Tak ada manpower dah, nak jaga tool lah, nak buat audit lah, apa tak ada. Trust. Is our organization that level? We employ thief?
Yes.
Why we employ people who cheat you? Why you pay their salary? You know? Itu baru second level of management. Trust. The third level of management is empowerment. You have to empower people. You cannot do everything. You have to empower. You have to teach people the skills. You must have your method of delivering so that people will understand what you're trying to tell them. And everybody must be empowered to do what they are employed to do. Jangan pula you dah employ someone and you keep doing their job. Let them do their job. They are better than you are. That's why you employ them. But sometimes you feel very strange, isn't it? Hey, you dah employ saya. Lepas tu you are telling me. Itu yang saya konflik tu. That's why in the meeting you say, hey, I'm the dean, you know. Why do you employ me? You give me so many salary and you want to do my job. What for? That's employment. Do you think it exists in your organization? Is there such thing as empowerment? You felt that you come to work that you are empowered? If you are not empowered, no KPI, no strategies will help you, your organization. No. A human being must feel empowered to do things. Barulah dia nak buat. KPI is not going to help you to achieve your objective if your staff are not empowered. We are human beings. Recently, an Ustaz went to one ceramah and says, you know, we all are human beings. We are the best creation of God. That I agree, Ustaz. As far as management is concerned, we agree. But why are we having issues of empowerment? If we were to do a survey, you will never get 10 out of 10 for empowerment. No company will get that. Because staff feel that they are not empowered. Staff feel that they can do more, but the company don't allow them to do more. They can perform more, but the company just suppress them. And companies say, why are you not getting your KPI? Why are you not achieving your KPI? So dah lah you suppress, right? Then you're asking me why I'm not getting it. They point you are the one. the reason why we are not getting it. The staff will point at us. Haji, you are the one that are stopping us to get that KPI. Please empower us. If we do not know, train us. If there's something new, give us a new training so that we are able to do what we are employed to do. That's why you interview cantik. You boleh buat apa? I can do this, can do this. Oh, saya nak pekerja yang macam ni. Innovative, itu ini. Datang swingle, you bawa swingle. Alright? That is the third level of management. The fourth level of management is alignment. One department, another department, there should be alignment. And there should not be duplication. There should not be rivalry. Ini macam EPL tu, English Premier League. Rivalry between one division and another division. Oh, macam I curi staff you, you curi staff I. Itu. No, we are all in one organization and we have to align. Alignment lah. You just imagine if you are not aligned, your backbone ni you have problem in that alignment, you cannot walk properly. The same thing with the organization. If the organization are not in alignment, then the organization will have problem. Issue kan? Issue. So, how to get alignment? Alignment is you going next door and say, hello, how are you? I'm so and so, I'm Razak. You ask from? Okay, I think our department needs to work together. I have an idea. You also have an idea. We are going to deliver something to our student. But your idea and my idea seems to have a problem. We clash. So can we sit down and have a discussion? Rather than we compete, rather we tell the student, hey, jangan pergi kat Razak lah, kacau lah. You don't go here, kacau. Alignment means that you have a policy of the right door. Because no matter what door the student choose, it's okay. Because we know our organization are aligned. So we know who to do what. We know where to refer. We can call, hey, I have a problem. The students so and so have this request. What can we do about it? Have a discussion. When does it happen? Is it happening? You have to tell me, is it happening in our organization? Is it happening in your organization? There are a lot of organizations, they are fully aligned. So much so that they do not need division and department anymore. A lot of organizations do not have division and department anymore. Everybody works in a project. It's a project-based company. They just put you in that organization department so that it's easy to pay your salary, full stop. The rest is project-based. You go to IBM, they do not have department and division. They are all project-based. Today I work on 3 projects. I have 4 projects. And if I finish the project, I get certain bonuses. I work with IBM. I'm from a different company. Our company work with them. And they are part of the project team. When they finish the project, we go back to our company. I get nothing. 0, thank you Zahir very much. The IBM say, oh thank you Zahir, we finish our project, we are going holiday. Oh banyak duit, I got 300,000 for this project. What 300,000? That's the bonus I got. Different organization, different. So they are fully aligned. They know what to expect. They help each other out. They really, you find that working with them was wonderful. They help you. They make sure that you perform. Because they know they're going to get that bonus. They want that bonus. So there are organizations, even in Malaysia, there are fully aligned. And if our company are not aligned, it is our responsibility to get it aligned. There's no point of having KPIs, goals, target, if your company, if your organization are not aligned. You are not going to achieve it. Full stop. Then only we talk about strategy with our customer. Okay? Today we talk about strategy with the customer, but the upstream is problematic. You're not going to achieve. Right? So all of us in our domains, we need to work so that each of us are contributing to that organization. You know, that you develop habits that are trustworthy. Okay? And you work with people so that there are trust between you in the team. In the team, there must be trust. And then in a department, when people come to work, they feel empowered. They like coming to work. They feel passionate coming to work because they are empowered. Human beings, when they are empowered, they will do the best. They will give more than what is required. And then each department in that organization, the right hand, the left hand, are all aligned, all in alignment. Harmony, alignment. Then only we talk about customer satisfaction, company goals, company target, company vision, company mission. Then only you can achieve that. Those who have come to my class understand lah sikit-sikit ni kan. The 7 habits, they should repeat to this. We cannot run away from this. If you are leaders in your areas, please ensure this. No KPI, no goals, no target can be achieved if an employee felt that his life or her life are not well balanced. Balance means between your work life and your private life, between your home and your company. There must be this balance. Of course, you can have some give and take at certain situations, but not every day. Every day you are rushing home, every day you are running, and you feel that 24 hours is not sufficient, it's not enough, then these are signs that you are in the wrong job. The job that you have is not worthwhile. These are the jobs that will not create you a healthy lifestyle. Then leave the organization. You have a choice. You have a choice. If they cannot perform, if cannot allow you to do that, then leave the organization. Because that organization is not to get sick. You are going to get sick. And when you get sick, do you think the organization will come to you? Oh. So take care. Take care, and it is your responsibility also to ensure that your staff below you are also having their balanced lifestyle. You are concerned about work, you are concerned about career, you are concerned about business, you are concerned about KPI, you are concerned about responsibility. Equally, you are concerned about your life. You are concerned about your health. You are concerned about family, friend, happiness. Your staff is the same thing. You don't need a president to tell you that. Sometimes it's not the level of president. A lot of employees, when they leave the organization, when we do exit interview, it is not the number one man, it's the next boss. The reason why they leave is not because of the number one person, it's the next boss. Are you okay? No, okay. Sometimes you blame the organization, but you yourself also are not balancing your life. There are some people who do not want to go home and tell their wife that, oh, I have a lot of work, when they don't have a lot of work. They just stay back in their workplace to do things that are not related to their work. But they tell their family, I do have work. But that person needs to go for counseling. If your staff stay back unnecessarily, then you have to tell your staff, go home, you have a family, they're waiting for you. After a while, you better send the staff for counseling, because that staff may have a problem at home, and they have to resolve that problem. Don't run away from that problem. You don't need that kind of. If every of your staff are in a balanced environment, they will be very happy, they are very productive. So it is also important for us to ensure that you don't take revenge on your staff just because you cannot get a proper balance. You may have a very difficult boss, then don't be one. Just because you have a difficult boss, that doesn't mean that you also must be difficult to your staff. You can have only 3 staff, fine. But make sure that 3 staff, their life is happy. They are happy. Their family is happy. They are happy. They produce more. Don't take revenge on them because your boss is having problems. Sometimes we tend to blame the boss. Bos tak bagi kerja banyak. Ya, bos bagi kerja kat you, kenapa you pula torture your staff? There are reports that being circulated under the HR environment. It is a known fact in HR that people leave the organization not because of number one man. It's because of the next boss. Stop. Alright. Okay? Are we alright? Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Okey, kita break sekejap. So dijemput semua untuk menikmati tea break lah di luar, di pintu masuk tadi. Silakan. We have heard the word strategic planning before, kan? Ada any one of you yang tak pernah dengar strategic planning? What is strategic planning?
I may ask, what is strategic planning? Anyone? What is strategic planning? The term tu macam very complicated.
Method to achieve target.
Method to achieve target, yeah, one of it. Objective, clear objective. Anyone?
Can be achieved.
Huh? Implementation.
Achievable.
Things that we can achieve, things that we can do. Okay. What else? Banyak tu, sampai satu Indonesia tak cukup. SWOT analysis, yes. One of the tools, dia banyak tools. One of the tools is SWOT analysis. Good. So at least we are not starting from zero, kan? Saya punya definition is getting from here to there. That's strategic planning. You are here and you need to be there. And what needs to happen to go from here to there? It's strategic planning. Of course, when we talk about strategic planning, tu dia bukanlah things that you do on a normal basis. Tu. It is, but in the essence, that's what it is. It's trying to get from here to there, and normally the there is better than what it is here. But most strategic planning fails. Just to let you know that what you are doing here, in most organizations, they fail in their strategic planning. They do not achieve the target in the strategic planning. So all the mihun, all the mee, all the kway teow are all move to waste. Mesti don't meet the requirement. All the retreat, management retreat, Port Dickson, itu semua all will go to waste. And it is not in our organization, it is quite normal in a lot of organizations that not many people are successful in their strategic planning. Sometimes from here to there, the there is worse off than here. They have to go back, and let's go back to here. The there is already worse off, let's go back to here. So you waste about 2-3 years of your organizational life in trying to do that. In doing the strategic planning, we will do 3 things. We will do 3 things. First, if you want to go there, you have to know what is here. Sometimes you do not know what is here. Who are you? You do not know. What are you today? What happened to you today? A lot of organizations fail not because they do not know where they want to go, but they do not know where they are today. They do not know the extent of where they are today. A lot of organizations, a lot of the Fortune 500 organization, they spend a lot of money to do a lot of research of where they are today, finding where they stand today, what is their rating with their customers, what are their customers' feedback, between them and their competitor, where are they in their competitor, and they do it on a regular basis. They spend a lot of money to get people to go and do survey for them. They buy survey, they buy reports. They also go engage people. They do focus interview on a regular basis, not once a year, a regular basis. And I really hope that the Teknoputra will do it on a regular basis, a weekly basis, getting feedback from your customers, from your suppliers, from your environment, your stakeholders, where you are today in their perspective. Because that counts, not what. Dia tak boleh shock sendiri. In most organizations, when we wanted to do the strategic planning, we do not have the data to work on where we are today. Where we are today must be data driven, must be evidence. If you say that you are so and so today, what is the evidence? There must be very clear evidence. Most organizations, they do not achieve the strategic planning because they really do not know where they are today. The shock me. Oh, we are the top in the country. We are the number one here in India. But that number one, because not of their effort, it's because of their parents. That's how they become the number one. It's not because of them. So you really need to know yourself before you want to say, I want to go there. I may ask, do you know yourself? Do you know where you are today? In the eyes of your customers, who's your customers? Huh? Stakeholders, some say students, some say parents. Who are your customers? How do you define customer? Consumer or customer? Is consumer your customer? People who consume your service, are they your customers? Maybe, they may be your customer. But if they don't pay for that service, they just consume, are they your customer? That needs to be addressed. Who are your customers? Needs to be clear. In an organization, you must be clear who are your customers. Okay? There are a lot of definition of customers. If you were to look at some definition, they say those who buy your services are your customers. The consumer may not be your customer. For example, the consumer may consume the services. They are not the customer. For example, today we all go and eat the meat, hotel, consumer. We are the consumer. We don't pay for that services. Someone has paid for us. That person who paid for us in that definition are the real customers. That's what counts. Whether there is a repeat business, that's what counts. Consumer may say, oh, I suka lah you punya mi goreng, I suka lah you punya nasi kandar semalam sedap lah apa, your room nice, your projector pun okay, semua okay, everything is okay. But that doesn't mean that you are going to get a repeat business if you are not sure who's the customer. And that customer asks for a 5% discount, you say, tak ada boleh. Next time, tak ada. Even though the consumer may be very happy. Okay? In some definition. There are companies who make the definition, their stakeholders are there. They take care of all their stakeholders. It counts. Okay? So we have to decide who is our customer. Who are our customers? Or who is a customer? We have to make that clear definition that every one of you, each one of you, are very clear. And we must be on a regular basis to measure, to know where we are. It could be very painful to know where you are, but you have to measure it. If you buy shares in the stock market, you know where you are kan, every day je. Naik turun, naik turun, naik turun, naik turun. Jatuh. Oh, naik happy. You know. The same thing with your organization. You must know the ups and the downs of your organization. Then before you want to go there, if you do not know what is here, how are you going to go there? Okay? So the first thing we have to know is this.
Analysis. SWOT analysis.
SWOT analysis is only one tool. There are quite a number of tools. Some use pastel, some use the Moscow. This is that a lot of tools for this. But in this group work, I just want to make it simple. Use SWOT analysis. I want you to look at SWOT analysis in this manner. There are things that we do today that we have the strength. You know that we have the strength. Okay? And in our strength, using our strength, how are we going to capitalize on the opportunities outside? You don't use your weaknesses to capitalize, you know? You know that you're weak and there is an opportunity, there's nothing you can do about it. But you know you're weak. You take a lot of time to overcome that. But you can only capitalize the opportunity in your position of strength, in area that you are strong. Then you can capitalize the opportunity. And where is the threat? Then you have to cover yourself, because the threat will attack areas that you are weak. That's where you are most vulnerable. Okay? So I want each group to just do 3 points saja. 3 points of what are the opportunity that you can get in your strength, and what are the threat that you have to be very mindful in areas that you're weak. So 6 bullet points. 6 bullet points. 1 or 2 words. Put it in this paper. Okay, we have pens and then we present it. Alright. Okay? So there are 6 bullet points. Then I will try to expand it. Syarif, bagi dia ada kertas. Saya ambil kertas ni je. Opportunity is things that are external. Strength is internal. So your strength, your opportunities that you offer to you based on your strength. What are the opportunities that you can capitalize based on your strength? What are the threats that you have to defend yourself because you're weak in your areas of weakness?
Dulu nanti boleh ikat.
Ada tape kan?
But if you want to choose a particular sample, I think stop.
Jadi kita kan bawa KP lebih banyak semua
The presentation must be in paper, okay? Paper. Dia nak mau balik. Dia skip.
Dah boleh dah. Duduk. Dia ejak saja balik.
Okay, dah tu.
Dia nampak sikit lah. Tracks tu baru dekat dia sebenarnya kita bagi part kan? Satu sekali nampak kita marah.
What are the opportunities based on your strength? And then you have to overcome the threat based on your weaknesses. You kena defend yourself.
Okey, ini jingle kita. Okey, 1, 2, 3.
Teknoputra, go!
Clear ke tak clear? Ke better saya pakai mic?
Rapat. Rapat sikit ya. Rapat kat mulut.
Okay. Okay. Nama kumpulan? Tak ada lah kan? Tak ada lagi. Tapi logo dah ada. Logo dah ada. Dia minta saya explain sikit logo. So, inilah logo dia. Ada semua complete. Ada. Dia data singkatan ni kereta. Sebab dia kata kalau bulat ni dia memang go lelaki kan. Go je. Yang segi empat ni sebab dia apa? Analisis kan? Analis. Jadi dia yang akan decide ke mana. Yang segi tiga sebab dia ni jenis bulldozer. So anggar saja. Yang ni special. Dia datang sekali-sekala. Sebab tu dia belakang. Macam kereta kan? Okay. Jokes aside, just for the orang kata apa? For the sake of nak apa bagi kita Nak bagi cerita bagi kan. Hari dah mengantuk ni. Okay guys, let's get to the point. Okay. Yang pertama daripada kumpulan kita, dari segi strength ni, point yang kita ada ialah dari segi strong bonding lah. This one is very obvious lah. We have 12 campuses. So far setakat ni tak pernah dengar lagi lah campus bergaduh antara satu lain kan. Teknoputra ni. So it's very good. Positive vibes. Okay. And then the good thing 12 campus mempunyai 12 kepakaran yang berbeza. Multi skills, experience, expertise. And dari segi demografi. Okay, walaupun mungkin kita tak cover Pantai Timur, tapi di sebelah Pantai Barat kita banyak. Jadi dari segi jajaran orang kata perhubungan and then contact tu mudah. Okay, kita kalau nak saya generaliskan lagi, mungkin ada kata alumni tu daripada Pasir Gudang, tapi dia duduk di belah Perlis ataupun Perak, still boleh contact dengan kampus yang terdekat untuk minta bantuan dan sebagainya. Okay, itu kelebihan yang kita ada lah. Yang ini mungkin kita akan fully utilize lagi akan datang. Okay, yang ketiga ialah dari segi financial assistance support lah. This one I think semua very clear. Internal and external. Internal lah. InsyaAllah lah internal tu. So contoh-contoh yang ada lah dari segi MARA, NGOs, bank. Okay, kita dah secure yang bank Islam tu, alhamdulillah, that's a good thing. And then agencies macam UNB dan sebagainya. Okay, dan kita pergi kepada yang tak apa seronok lah, weaknesses dia. Yang pertama ialah tak ada standardization, no standardization in the organisation. Okay, contoh yang paling mudah, kita tengok kat rohani kita, orang dia semua dia sapu, cuma tinggal tak jadi dekan je. Kalau dia dah boleh sign,
Innalillah.
kan? Okay, I think that one is very clear. And then okay, yang ini manpower to student ratio. Yang ini more towards macam academic lah. Kita tengok beban orang kata mengajar tu contact hours dia punya. Contact hours tu lebih daripada yang sepatutnya. And then dengan requirement MQA dan sebagainya tu. Okay, kemudian yang ketiga ialah challenge kita ialah continuous growth towards sustainability. Nak maintain balik semua benda tu sebab kita keep on macam kita dah start dan kita macam restart lagi. Restart lagi. So tak tahulah starter ni problem ke?
Always restart.
Always restart. Restart lagi. Saya mana? Apa tak baca ni? Restart.
Tak sampai destination.
Restart ke undur tadi? Dah restart. Dah restart patut ke depan. Restart. Pakai pula.
Lagi buat lagi.
Alamak, mana sound dah. Mana sound dah. Betul pula. So ini actually ada beberapa lagi lah yang kita highlightkan beberapa yang kita penting dan kita percaya rakan-rakan daripada kampus lain, daripada grup lain lah pun sebenarnya ini ada je dalam mereka punya ada idea dan ini kan. So that's all. Ada yang penambahan? Jika baru kena jadi director lah. Okay, itu saja daripada grup kami. Okay, itu saja. Okay, thank you. Next group.
Zura dah beli.
Next group.
Zura dah beli.
Zura dah beli.
Ni yang mana dia punya mic jatuh ah?
Ya,
Boleh jatuh.
Oh, itu semua total. Total masuk ke pizza.
Kita orang pun kita cikgu.
Kalau boleh pusing
Kita dipinjamkan. Tak letak ni ke? Tak letak pinjam itu je.
Kita mention dalam logo. Kami menghargai.
Tak apa lah.
Okey, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan insyaAllah
Boleh juga.
kami guru yang kedua diberi tanggungjawab untuk membentangkan hasil pembentakan yang bila tadi. Okey, kami punya jingle. Okey, jingle kami sebab kami ada dua bentuk ya, bulat dengan asap.
Oi, Bahar
Okay, kami punya jingle Teknoputra. Kali senior dengan junior. Okay, untuk membentangkan hasil pembentang kami, dipersilakan Cik Saiful.
Oh, Johnny
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Minta maaf tulisan kecil sebab tadi kami dah potong part tadi, jadi kita tulis strength opportunities. Sebab Prof sebut tadi daripada strength kita hasilkan opportunities. Dan from the winners tu berlakunya trend tu kan. So basically the strength seperti mana yang kita tahu lah, kita punya godfather mana. And then baru-baru ni kita menang beberapa award kan. Kita menang Platinum Award dari segi branding, marketing. Saya rasa tu sangat bagus lah. Top 20 employability, saya rasa separuh daripada senarai tu daripada UniKL kan. Satu achievement yang saya rasa sangat bagus lah. Dan kita bukan sekadar event, kita juga ialah IT Best Universities. Dan kita punya godfather ialah KPLB kan. Satu yang sepatutnya kita boleh explore juga lah opportunity di situ lah. So from that strength, lahirnya opportunities seperti program dengan Mara, dengan KPLB sendiri yang saya rasa boleh kita explore lebih lanjut. Kita dah ada pool of talent, student, alumni yang kita dah train masa dia orang di UniKL, yang probably kita boleh re-approach dia orang sebab dia orang dah ada basic kan. Jadi senang kalau kita nak expand ataupun nak attract dia orang to do business ataupun to start companies.
Ada satu word yang ending.
Kita ada banyak research project di UniKL yang kebanyakannya tidak di-commercializekan. Probably saya rasa kita Teknoputra pun jarang kita tengok balik research yang dah kita buat. Ada yang dapat grant, ada yang dapat ranking yang tinggi dari segi research kan. Tapi kita tak tengok balik dan tengok apa potensi yang ada kat situ, supaya daripada situ kita boleh lahirkan technopreneurs kan. Sebab projek-projek itu pun daripada UniKL yang bercorak teknikal lah. Saya rasa itu kita tak buat lagi kot. Mungkin itu boleh jadi satu opportunity yang ada pada Teknoputra lah. Weakness, I think kita ada banyak competition sekarang. Actually banyak universiti yang bercakap juga tentang entrepreneurship ni. Sekarang ni yang agak ke depan ialah UTM, Sekolah Daripada Universiti Kelantan. Dan saya actually rapat dengan UTM KL sebab belajar kat sana dulu. Nampak dia orang lebih agresif because not only the student yang digalakkan buat company, lecturer sekarang pun most of the faculty ataupun department dah ada company. So saya rasa kita kurang sikit kot dekat situ lagi. Walaupun I think kita dulu pernah cakap lah lecturer can also start a company kan. Tapi di UTM, saya bagi contoh lah ya, bukan nak puji UTM sangat. Memang lecturers, academics, the staff boleh set up a company. Dia panggil apa company tu? Spin-off company, yes. I think dia orang dibincang dengan UPS juga dulu kot. Mula-mula masa dia start up company. Dia sistem dengan UTM. So I think itu pun maybe satu yang kita boleh explore further lah. To get also the academics to set up company, and then they basically can use the UTM punya brand tu, logo tu, for them to as their selling point lah bila dia nak do marketing ke dia nak promote dia project tu. So because of dia guna logo UTM tu, orang trust dia, so dia dapat project. Then I think from 10 to 20% dia akan contribute balik to university, and then the rest goes to the team member lah. Jadi itu something yang kita boleh tengok lah. Apa dia ni? Widas lah, sorry. Power distance ni saya tak berapa nanti nak explain. Can anybody explain tentang power distance? Cik Musa tahu dia?
Semalam kita dah cerita banyak power distance.
Yesterday we really talk so much about power distance, and everybody here, from what I said yesterday, agree that our organisation has very high power distance. Dato show 100%, maybe above 100%.
New record man.
So that's the one that when consider one of our biggest threat. That's why we put under weakness lah.
in terms of entrepreneurship. So because already explained, entrepreneur supposed to be individualistic, then you supposed to have high ego. So power distance, actually power distance is high ego juga kan, orang yang dekat atas. So that definitely most of our threat is based on that.
And then yang lain tu ialah saya tak boleh semua lah saya cari yang mana dia penting lah. Okay, kalau guru yang tadi tu dia kata it's actually an advantage to have multiple campus because kita ada strong bonding. Tapi on the other side pun actually bila kita ada terlalu banyak campus berselerak pun saya nampak masalah juga. Because dekat situ kita akan incur a lot of cost in terms of communication, in terms of coordination kan. Sebenarnya di KL ni saya rasa bagus juga kalau kita ada, contoh di KL, di Sembah Kelang kita satukan semua kampus yang ada di Sembah Kelang dalam satu kampus kan. Jadi mungkin lebih efektif, lebih efisien, lebih produktif lah. Nanti benda ni dah lama dah bincang tapi sampai sekarang kita tak ada lagi centralized campus lah. Yang lain tu with all these weaknesses kita ada lack of budget, the academic satu busy. Macam sekarang saya rasa separuh dah lecturer dah tak ada. Lecturer contract kita tak renew, part-time lecturer kita dah tak ambil. So the existing lecturer macam saya dah terpaksa mengajar 6 subjek dah. So these two taxing lah kan. Rasa nak menangis semua dia kan kadang-kadang. Sebab terlalu banyak subjek kan. Dengan undergrad dan juga postgrad. Serius ni ya, 6 subjek sekarang. Bukan saja gambar, tak jadi ujian. Bukan 6 group tau, 6 subjek. Tak masuk group ni. So itulah, itu antara kita sekarang. Kita came out lah dengan program ni. Okay, soalan.
Next group.
Next group.
Kalau muncul sangat Yusran.
Bagi mic.
Muncul sangat dia.
Inilah sini.
Dia nak nanti. Dia nak lagu. Dia jadi model lah. Jadi lepas dia.
Kita sini je. Dia nak sebelah.
The only handsome.
Teknoputra. Okay, alright, okay. Thank you group. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Teknoputra members, okay, my colleague. Okay, so before we start, okay, ada pesanan daripada rakan kita yang mana tadi Dato dah beritahu, iaitu tentang element of TEFLA. Kita sekarang nak pergi kepada learn and relearn. Jadi hopefully kalau mana nampak point yang sama tu, kita unlearn lah, kita relearn dia sekali. Okay, alright, okay. Jadi task group kita ialah dibagi untuk identify kita punya strength, opportunity, weaknesses and threat lah. Okay, berkenaan dengan Teknoputra. Jadi saya terus pergi kepada strength kita yang pertama, iaitu kita di dalam kampus UniKL ni kita ada experienced staff from various campuses. Okay, jadi kita ada banyak expertise. Jadi ini yang kita nak kena utilize supaya dapat ditranslate in term of the business. Okay, dan inilah dia yang akan jadi kita punya dipanggil opportunity kita daripada strength, experience kita yang banyak tadi. So kita akan jadi dipanggil one stop center of expertise. Jadi di situ bagaimana UniKL yang mana kita ada 12 campuses, kita can combine and whatever business actually is already we have expert here and we can offer to the student. Itu yang pertama. Okay, yang kedua strength kita ialah collaboration with strategic partners networking. Kita ada banyak yang kita dah buat, yang terbaru tadi kata dengan SME Bank. Okay, Jadi apa yang jadi sekarang ni ialah kita sebagai opportunity kita ialah kita akan align juga benda ni dalam dipanggil dalam national agenda kita di KN, dan kita juga termasuk sekali dalam ekosistem di peringkat MARA dan sebagainya. Dengan strategic partner yang kita adalah ataupun kita pakai smart partnership. Dan ini strength ini kita tukarkan untuk menjadi kita punya opportunities. And then strength kita di UniKL ialah kita ada various field of study. Okay, jadi dalam various field of study ni, okay, yang mana di sini kita akan ada dipanggil start to create more job creator. Okay, dalam various industry lah. Maksud dia you want aviation, of course kita ada. You want marine, kita ada. If you want to talk about business itself pun memang kita solid dia ada lah. Itulah dipanggil how that we change from strength to become opportunities. Okay, and now let's look regarding weaknesses pula. Kita to be fair lah kan, we not that perfect. Okay, in terms of weaknesses, we have what we call a lack of industries exposure. This one for the Teknoputra staff itself. Kita memang ada expertise, okay, kita ada knowledge, tetapi kita kurang tentang business practicality, because sometimes bila kita nak ajar orang meniaga, kita pun kena adalah walaupun sometimes it's not mean that you are a good player, you cannot be a good coach, okay, but if you are a good player, then you can be a better coach. That is actually dalam kita punya business environment juga. Jadi when we have lack of dipanggil business exposure, jadi dekat situ sometimes maybe the student itself will looking for another alternative, orang yang dipanggil apa lebih we call it well known in the business, but kita tengok that's why banyak they call it seminar, workshop yang datang ke UniKL untuk offer the business services, and same time actually that one actually a drain lah kepada income. Kalau tak kita we can generate our income generation beside lecturer, maybe that we become also consultant, a coach, a business coach, yang mana ini juga selain kita ajar kepada student, kita Teknoputra sendiri pun dapat generate our own source of income. Okay, and then number 2 is regarding lack of support from management. Jadi trait kita ialah we not really have what we call a strong public image. We claim ourselves is technical university, entrepreneurship university, but is it true the people outside there look us UniKL is a technical entrepreneurial university? We have to be very fair. Mungkin agaknya lepas ni kalau ada Nobel laureate yang nak award, kalau ada business university, kita nak UniKL kat situ. Bukan kita yang claim ourselves, kita nak public yang recognize that UniKL actually a business technical university. That is actually that one. Okay, and then from there, number 3 is lack of awareness. This one actually we talking regarding macam Dato kata last night lah. It is regarding an entrepreneurship culture. Ini ialah weaknesses kita lah. Sometimes student yang kita dapat tu kan, dia punya background dia tak sama kan, dan mereka pun sometimes masuk ke universiti pun dalam pemikiran mereka untuk jadi an engineer, bukan nak jadi business people kan. Jadi end up the trait here ialah kita masih lagi melahirkan dipanggil job seeker, yang masih lagi berebut dengan orang lain untuk dapatkan kerja, secure income dan sebagainya, dan mission kita untuk create job creator tu akan masih lagi di dalam proses yang panjang. Okay, jadi saya rasa itu sajalah. So terima kasih kepada saya dan yang lain.
First and last.
Ni Cik Arif explain.
Saya explain jika
Malah jingle dia kat mana?
Buat ke mana? Buat lah.
Jangan lagi lah.
Ada kirim. One, two. Buat terus. 1, 2, 3. Ada tak ada belakang lagi. Akan tak nampak ni. Akan tak nampak ni. Alas tu mesti tak nampak ni. Oh, kan. Karo hati.
Awak jomot. 1, 2. Nak buat nak buat apa?
Terus. Faham ni lah.
A. 1, 2, 3. Tekno, go, go, go.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semua. So kami kumpulan apa tadi? Teknogo. Teknogo dengan kita punya apa? Tagline kita bina semangat baru. Alright. So untuk SWOT Analysis hari ini, yang ni kita represent untuk UniKL Teknoputra Campuses lah Okay. So kita punya strength yang pertama ialah UniKL mission and vision tu sendiri, which is focus on technopreneur development. So itu satu strength yang sangat kuat dah, sebab kita dah tahu kita punya main direction. And number 2, Teknoputra division punya focus very clear. Okay, Genesis, alumnipreneur. Okay, itu the second strength, very clear. Number 3, each of our campus ni we have own specialties. Betul So that is also our strength. We have all the specialties in TVET, whereby we are the largest TVET provider in Malaysia. Okay, KPLB. Okay, dan kita ada semua ni. Macam yang kawan-kawan bagi tahu tadi, kalau lecturer student MIT duduk di nak buat perniagaan berkenaan dengan marine, boleh pergi ke MIMET, kita boleh salurkan ke MIMET. Buat logistik, kita boleh buat pergi ke MITEC. Kalau nak buat pasal produk kecantikan, lebih mahal kan, menarik kan, right? Tapi however, this is our weaknesses. So kami buat 3 pun je. Sebenarnya banyak lagi boleh letak. So kita buat 3 je, bagi kita ikut arahan. So weaknesses, first, lack of knowledge and skill. Okay, because kita di campus ni masing-masing ada knowledge dan skill yang tak sekata. Alright. Number 2, organization direction. Okay, UniKL direction very clear, mission and vision. Tapi the actual direction tu macam mana pula? Number 3, lack of communication. Communication top down pun agak kurang. Alright. And then communication between during the pandemic is lagi teruk lah. Right, just one way or just through WhatsApp. Opportunity banyak. Kita di bawah KPLB ecosystem. Di bawah KPLB ecosystem, opportunity sangat-sangat besar. Okay, tak perlu saya ceritakan lebih banyak. Dana yang KPLB dapat pun sangat besar. Right. Number 2, entrepreneurship program and gig economy. Okay, entrepreneurship program kita ada banyak, macam-macam program kita buat. Dan di zaman pandemik ni kita boleh buat international event, entrepreneurship event lagi. Alright. Itu opportunities lah yang kita nampak. Kita tak tengok lagi outcome, kita just nampak opportunities. Number 3, RMK ke-12 memang spesifik bagi tahu pasal TVET, spesifik bagi tahu pembangunan talent, future talent. Okay, so that is our opportunity also. Threats, our threats currently is business mindset. Business mindset ni kita fokus because kita bawa MARA. Kebanyakan student kita ialah Malay student, Bumiputra student yang dapat MARA. Otherwise they will go to IPTAs and FTS lain kalau bayar sendiri kan. So majority semua dapat MARA. Kita kata kita ni Bumiputra mindset, not the business mindset. Majoritinya. Okay? So mindset tu kita jangan tengoklah family mindset ke, student mindset ke, generation mindset ke, sama-sama. Alright? Tracks nombor 2, agensi polisi. Okay, polisi agensi, walaupun kita ekosistem kita besar, tapi dia tak support current student, dia support alumni. Okay, alumni dia tak support. So kita ada missing link kat situ. Kalau kita nak develop genesis, link tu tak ada, kita hanya ada alumni je, right? Dan dia alumni pun dia boleh pergi sendiri cari agencies. Dan yang paling penting nombor 3, campus capability. Seperti yang kita bagi tahu tadi, kita punya capability tu ada tapi tak sekata. Maybe ada campus kekuatan dia kat situ, tapi campus ni kurang kat sini, dan tak sekata lah between kita 13 campuses. So kalau kita boleh seragamkan, lebih bagus lah. So saya rasa itu sajalah kita punya SWOT analysis ringkas je. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all the 4 teams and also the jingles. More jingles will come up. So start thinking lah. Masalah ni apa jingle gitu. Why do we do up the jingle is mainly to break the momentum. Break the momentum tu, the thinking process tu dia jadi refresh. They keep on refreshing the thinking process. It breaks the thinking process. As I mentioned, SWOT analysis is only a tool, one of the many tools available to gauge where we are today. So from the SWOT analysis that has been presented, we can gauge where we are today. But that is our perception. In an actual requirement, I would ask the department, Nasrul dan juga Nasir, take it seriously to continuously measure the SWOT, the strength, that we say the strength, the weaknesses, whether the weaknesses ataupun the threat ni is getting bigger or getting lesser. The opportunities that is available. There are opportunities. If we are not taking the opportunities, then there's no point. Then it doesn't become an opportunity. We have to measure our strength. We say it is a strength, but is it really a strength? We have to measure it. There must be evidence. Once you measure it, that is, I think, more than 50% of the journey to do improvement. Once you acknowledge where you are, you recognize where you are, you do not go into a denial issue, then you are on the way to improve yourself. Okay? But if you do not know where you are, then how are you going to go there without knowing where you are? Okay, thank you very much. I think the next one is to set where we want to go. I may suggest we look at 3 years, 2025 would be a nice figure for the first cut. And I hope the Teknoputra division will do it on an annual basis. This event will do it on an annual basis. It doesn't have to be 3 days, 4 days, not necessary. The second time can become 1 day, where all the inputs are already there. We come here for a discussion, so that you are always able to update yourself where we are today. 3 years would be a nice target of what is our vision. So before we go and do the vision, I want to share something with you all. study being done by Frost and Sullivan. Frost and Sullivan is one of the big consulting company in the world, and they are known for their mega trends. They are the one that do studies on mega trends. What is happening in the future? What will happen in the future? This one is published quite some time ago, but they look at the year 2025, so it's still valid. And what is going to dictate what is happening in the future? These are the things. Number one, we are looking at urbanization, a city as a customer. We are seeing that the city is growing. All the towns in the country are growing, and in Malaysia, the government itself are saying that by the year 2030, about 80% of the population will stay in towns. Versus 40 years ago, where 70% are from kampung, from rural areas. Now it has reversed. Within 40 years, it has reversed to 80 to 70% of the population is staying in the urban areas. Worldwide, they are saying that by the year 2050, 60% of the world population will stay in urban areas. There are pros and cons, strengths and weaknesses. That means that the slum will also grow. Traffic jams will also get bigger. Flooding will also get worse off as we go into the future. And there are a lot more problems in the future with urbanization. Problems are actually opportunities for entrepreneurs. So if you focus on urbanization, it's enough for all our students to develop their project on urbanization. A lot of things in urbanization. Then we talk about brick and clicks. That means to say that the internet is growing, and it's growing at a very rapid rate. The infrastructure development, in fact, you see in Kuala Lumpur itself, non-stop infrastructure development, non-stop. Some areas in Kuala Lumpur, one project after another project, one project after another project. Jalan Tun Razak ni, I think for the last 20 years, tak pernah yang tak ada project. They say, okay, after this project, no traffic jam. They have another project, another traffic jam, non-stop. Smart is the new green. Everything is smart, everything not to be smart. Innovating to zero, that means that they want zero carbon, zero debt, zero this one, zero unemployment. Everything wants to be to zero. That's why they measure employability. Because as far as they are concerned, they are pushing for 100% employability. Then we have the health, wellness and well-being and all the rest. These are the ones that they have studied. But what is important is this one. From the many that have shown, they divide it into two areas of the axis. The y-axis look into the impact on the global economy, and the x-axis look into the degree of certainty, how certain that this is going to happen. And if this happens, what is going to be an impact on the global economy? Urbanization comes the number one. Why is urban important? Cities, mega cities, are more important than countries. 70% of the economy is going to be generated by mega cities. As a country, we miss out. Because they are saying that Kuala Lumpur is not going to become a mega city. More so, we have problems politically. We used to have this greater KL. The idea of having a greater KL is to make Kuala Lumpur a mega city. But it does not happen. Because of the political changes, it does not happen. So, there are two mega cities that is coming up. One is Singapore, another one is Jakarta. Not the new one. The new one is just like Putrajaya. They're moving out their capital, their administration to another area, so that they will allow Jakarta to become that mega city. Kuala Lumpur now becomes the secondary to either Singapore or Jakarta. We then serve Jakarta, we serve Singapore. Okay? Because we are not going to become a mega city. So opportunities arises from our students is to look at those mega cities. Tokyo is already a mega city. You will find that Korea is a mega city, Singapore is one, but they do not see in the map whether Kuala Lumpur is going to become a mega city. No, they don't think so. The next one is internet, connectivity, and also convergence. The 5G is coming up, and if you are like me, who always look into the stock market, you find that the 5G punya company is getting, the price is going up. The people are investing in the 5G. Are we investing in the 5G with our students? Are we telling our students that these are the potential? Or we use the traditional method? Because we have to be in line with what is going to happen in the future. Then you have got the other one, that is the economic trend, the social trend, but these are the 2-3 trends that is really pushing for us to move forward. In terms of our internet, in terms of the IT technology, they say that the big data is money. Data is money. So MIT should capitalize on it, and so does the other campuses. Data is money. So we should be pushing a lot of our entrepreneurs towards data. Data mining, data services, analysis, and all sorts of things. And Teknoputra themselves must be using data. You should be, capitalizing on a lot of data for you to actually tell your student, tell the technopreneur what are the direction they should be looking at in the future, so that they do not climb on the wrong wall. And when we look at internet, you look at connectivity, it has other implications, other future implications. It enables a lot of things. For example, in the space industry, the solar energy with the space industry give rise to the possibility of space-based solar power. That means that the space are using solar power instead of just using normal other form of electric generation. Cars, for example, with the unmanned technology, you have the autonomous car. Okay? And then the building technology together with smart technology, you have the smart home. So these are the new things. These are new to us. This is where the relearn must happen, and it has got to happen rapidly. And we have to unlearn a lot of things, learn new things, and you have to keep on learning, unlearn and relearn, because the world is changing rapidly. Things are changing rapidly, and our students, they are aware of these things. They are aware. So either we learn from them or we work together with them so that we can move in the same direction. And I mentioned this to the university when we were having session last few months with the university. And because of the project that I'm doing, I says, if we don't change, a lot of our programs are going to get obsolete. And for us to change program, you cannot change overnight, because our programs are TVET program based on a lot of equipments, a lot of capital expenditure. You really need to plan out. If not, your programs that you are doing is going to become obsolete. Look at how the internet is changing the whole thing. Look at companies are evolving themselves. We start off, for example, Google, we know them to be just the database company, a search engine company that compete with Yahoo, but they're no longer the search engine company. They go into database, they are now into even, they purchase a lot of companies that are involved in aerospace. They are moving very rapidly towards a lot more other things. And then Amazon that we know today, they are no longer selling books. You know, Amazon is selling books, but they are no longer selling books. They are into a lot more other industries. And the Facebook that we know today are no longer what Facebook that we used to. They have gone into metaverse, and they want to change a lot of things in the world today. We need to know this. We need to know this, and we have to judge because there are a lot of opportunities for this. For example, look at when they talk about the smart technology, there are level 1, level 2, level 3, and where we are, we should also be aware of the levels, so that our students have got opportunity in all those levels. It's just only not one level. We did some work a few years ago on smart city, and I think MIT has got potential on that smart city. But we also couple up with MSI to work on the smart city, but it fizzles off. And we never have that ability to push back and re-look into a lot of the ideas behind the smart city. Smart city offer a lot of opportunities for students, a lot of opportunities for our technopreneurs in smart city. Not just in IT, in almost a lot of areas it offer a lot of opportunities. Smart building, smart healthcare, smart transportation, smart infrastructure, smart energy, smart security, everything is smart. So for MIT graduate, they can really partner with all the campuses that we say, oh, we are multi campuses. You can partner with all the campuses to do all these things. These are the global cities. They are smart cities today, and they are also the mega cities today. Most of the mega cities will eventually go into smart cities. We are so busy. Malaysia is so busy with the politics that we are nowhere now. Our world is divided into two: Pakatan Harapan and Barisan Nasional. We're so busy about that, and we lost a lot of things in that process. You know? We are not here. We are not even mentioned. Singapore is mentioned, Jakarta, Palembang, Medan, Surabaya, Denpasar, all mentioned. Penang tak ada, Johor Bahru tak ada. But Frost and Sullivan, the HQ is in Kuala Lumpur. For the Asia Pacific, the HQ is here. So that means that we are really nowhere. It's not that they did not know us, they know us. Things are changing. BRICS ni is Brazil, India, China, Arab, Russia, India, China, and S is. But now it's no longer BRICS. It's now a lot more countries is coming up. Mexico, Poland, Turkey, Nigeria, Egypt, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, South Africa are all coming up, except Malaysia. So ASEAN is your next target. I may suggest that you don't just look at Malaysia as a potential project. We look at ASEAN as the potential project. I think Pak Ibrahim, KP Mara, he has a point when he pushed that a new campus of Kuala Lumpur have to be Asia. That's why we put Asia Rail Institute, Asia Sustainable Transport Institute, because he said Asia is our target. UniKL has to be part of Asia. If you think that it is Mazliham who said we for Asia, no, it was Pak Ibrahim who put we for Asia. Mazliham suggested something else, but he said no, we want Asia. But as you said, we go forward, we reverse balik kan? We go for Asia, now we reverse balik kat Kuala Lumpur. Soon kita balik kat kampung kita balik.
Sempat naik flight. Sempat naik flight.
And in the end, we are nowhere. In the end, we are nowhere. But for UniKL, you cannot just be where you are. Don't just sit in Kuala Lumpur. You make ASEAN as your target. Some of you were with me, ada tak? Any one of you tak dalam triple IP yang kita melawat Thailand? Ada? I brought in about the whole busload of us went to Thailand. And people ask me, why Thailand, Haji? Kenapa Thailand? Kita rasa bangga lah kita ni terror. So we went to Thailand. And we went to Thailand and we went to Hat Yai saja.
Betul.
And you look at their campus is and their halal hub, their halal tu dia in that halal institute tu is a 5-story building, and inside the halal institute you have got all this incubator. And for every kampung in the southern of Thailand, they also have got projects per kampung. And the director of the Halal Institute, he can quote the Quran, he can quote the Hadith about halal, but he's not a Muslim. They have moved so far. Wah, UniKL. Bagi tengok Prince of Class. And then of course lah, I also brought to Hat Yai for shopping in that masjid. But the university allow it. That's where you have to thank MSI lah.
Saya mentor nanti.
MSI lah yang tolong. Dia not in Chiang Mai, dia dekat apa Hat Yai. Dia Prince of Fly. Dia ada 3. Dia in Hat Yai, dia in Patani, another spot. But Hat Yai is not the biggest one. Patani is the biggest one. Even Hat Yai
ada link dengan
Another one that is also important when we want to chart where we want to go in the future, our vision is we have to look at what is shaping the future of work. Things in the future. Number 1 is you are going to have new behaviors. Why do you have new behaviors? Because of the social media. The social media is changing everything, changing relationship. It also spoils a lot of things as much as it helps a lot of things, you know. A lot of problems are because of the social media. But we have to accept it because it's changing the behaviors. It's changing the behaviors of employees, it's changing the behaviors of students, it's also changing the behaviors of the entrepreneurs and the customers. Okay? The social media. Number 2 is the technology. Yeah? You are shifting the technology, but a lot of us refuse to unlearn and relearn new technologies. We are a bit behind. When I observe the academics at UniKL, we are a bit behind. Some areas more behind than the rest in adopting new technologies. I could only see that a lot in MIT, but in the rest we are far behind. And we seem to be not catching up in terms of technologies. In some campuses, we are struggling with the internet. You know? Internet struggle, basic, but we still struggle. MIAT have problem with the internet because the internet they use telecom line, and in that place the telecom people go and steal the telecom cable. So there are days that you do not have internet dekat MIAT Sepang. MIAT Sepang, why? Because somebody steal the cable. So telecom will take few days to reinstall the cable. So we still have that problem. University Kuala Lumpur, but in Sepang we have that problem of internet. And students are complaining because they cannot use the system. I am in Subang, so I have not been to Sepang for a long time. That's too old. Number 3 is that you are now having a lot of Gen Y in the workforce. Whether you agree or not, the new person that is coming in are the Gen Y. Saya ni dah Jurassic lah kan. You have the Gen Y. Dekat MIAT pun dia quite a number Gen Y. Kau lahir bila? Lahir tahun 2000 je. Oh God, 2000. Kita rasa macam baru je 2000. It shows that you are out, Jurassic. And don't take it lightly. The millennial workforce behave very differently from the Gen Y, the Gen X, the Gen Y, and the Gen Z behave very differently from the Gen X. And and you can say whatever you want to say, but it is something that even the companies today are accommodating to them. If you go to some companies, they accommodate the Gen Y because they want the Gen Y. So they have officers yang ada computer games, officers yang ada gym attached to it, you know, flexible work hours, 4 days punya work hours. This is for the Gen Y. This is for the Gen Y. And we are, when you look at you're not attracting Gen Y, then you have a problem. If you are not attracting Gen Y, you have a problem. Even our own student, they want to come back to us, then we have a problem. Okay? The next one is mobility. That means that you work anytime, anywhere, on any devices. That one we feel it during the pandemic. You can work anywhere. You can work with your student. Also don't bring computers anymore to class kan? Tak ada dah komputer ni. You ada komputer? Komputer apa? iPhone je apa komputernya. Kita pakai team kan, kita iPad lah apa semua. Haji pakai iPad. Alah, Haji tak payah iPad, phone dia Haji. Pakai phone. Pakai phone dia presentation. Nanti sekejap saya nak pusing sikit. Alah, okay. But I am amazed of how they use the handphone. They use the handphone almost on all things. Cuk dapat. Buat sana, buat sini, buat sana. Pasal tu kalau tak ada handphone dia tak boleh nak hidup. Dia start. Kenapa handphone tak ada? Handphone rosak. And globalization is on the rise. Of course, it's slowed down a bit now because of the pandemic. You cannot travel, but if they cannot travel, they communicate differently. So globalization is on the rise. You like it or you don't like it. You cannot have a university. You cannot just train a Teknoputra just for Malaysia market. It has got to be a global. ASEAN has 600 million population. You know, kalau you can make a product in ASEAN where everybody will buy, $1 je. You charge RM1 pun cukup. You make 600 million ringgit. There are 600 million people in ASEAN. In Thailand, when they say domestic, it means ASEAN. Everywhere you go in Thailand, everything is ASEAN. ASEAN, semua ASEAN. They really capitalize on ASEAN. Because they say ASEAN is 600 million. That's why they halal in almost everywhere. Our halal, tak ada. You go to Saudi, you find halal product are from Indonesia and Thailand. You go to in Australia, you will find a lot of halal product is from Indonesia and Thailand. What happened to the Malaysian halal product? So when you come back, kita for lunch ke apa? Pergi 5 minit kan? When we come back for lunch, what I want you to do is to discuss about the vision of the Teknoputra for 2025, bearing in mind with a lot of changes that's happening. But I want each team ada kereta tak? Ada kereta. Itu ada kereta je, Ustaz? My pen ni is a permanent pen.
Ada tak? Okay.
Asrul. Saya dekat.
To be or not to use. Press the question.
You may have 100 ideas, but I just want you to give 3 points saja. Jangan bagi banyak-banyak. Tim tu jangan banyak-banyak sangat. Anak 3 points. 3 points that you have to discuss by the year 2025. What Teknoputra to be what? Is the Teknoputra division to be his own university?
Kita buka community business tu.
The Teknoputra, maybe the main division in the Kuala Lumpur. Nasir is the Deputy President, Teknoputra. President. So what is it that Teknoputra is to be by the year 2025? And it has got to be something that you believe in, something that you think it's really getting the support. There's no point having a vision, there's no support. A vision is something that we can sell to other people. If you have a good vision, people will come and buy your product just because you have a good vision. People will agree with you because you have a good vision. And what do you want to do? Do you want to keep on just training, coaching? Or do you yourself feel that you should all be entrepreneurs, students work for you, then you churn out entrepreneurs? Maybe it's up to you. There is no limit to what you can do. And what do you want to have? This campus, what do you want to have? You have your own incubator, you have your own 5-story building macam Prince Songkla University. Or you have to have your own computer lab, simulation lab. You have your own network of technology. But it has got to be compelling. Something strong, something compelling, something that you can tell people and you are proud of it. When you go back to your campus and somebody asks you, you kat Shah Alam tu you buat apa Shah Alam tu 3 malam tu? Oh, kita nak jadi jutawan, kita nak jadi millennial apa ke. And you are proud, cara you cakap pun macam apa, macam orang duk jual barang-barang ada, so happy to talk about their product. Kan macam apa, siapa jual Shakely kan, bila you tanya dia Shakely, cerita Shakely, wih, hebatnya, macam tu lah. But before we do that, we go for lunch first. And we come back at 1:30? 2:30, and you bring home all your computers. Jangan tinggal. Tak payah bawa komputer lah. Tak payah bawa komputer.
Giga tu apa?
Giga tu apa?
Teknoputra. Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat petang semua. Okay, untuk task yang kedua, kami dah berbincang masa minit. Okay, to cut things short, to be okay, kami punya view, kita patut kita patut Teknoputra Division dan Section jadi satu center. Okay, kenapa nak kena jadi satu center? Okay, jadi satu center. Okay, kenapa nak jadi satu center? Ada sebabnya. Okay, ada sebabnya. To do, kenapa nak kena buat center? Alright. Yang pertama sekali, yang ni saya based on apa yang berlaku di Unicare MIT lah. Di Unicare MIT Teknoputra Section, kami ada task tambahan, okay, yang telah diberikan oleh dekan dan di IP, iaitu selain daripada academic section, kami ada incubator section. Okay, incubator. So incubator ni lebih kepada related to our school lah, IT. So kami ada incubator center yang dinamakan sebagai CRIP, dan kami juga ada business center. Apakah perbezaan incubator dan business center? Memang berbeza. Incubator center adalah untuk student dan alumni. Okay, incubator center. So dia boleh buat internship kat situ, dan selepas dia graduate, dia boleh menggunakan boleh menggunakan alamat business center tu untuk SSM dia. So bila dia buat bisnes tu lebih convincing lah, instead of guna alamat rumah flat dia menyewa. Right? Business center ialah tempat di mana lebih kepada teaching factory, satu. Dan nombor dua ialah untuk kita dapatkan projek-projek commercialization. Kami selalu berkomunikasi dengan URSB. URSB ni kira point untuk dapatkan sumber-sumber projek, IT projek especially nya, sebab mereka register dengan sistem tender. So mana-mana projek yang melibatkan IT, dia akan forward kepada wakil Tekno, saya lah. Contohnya tender buat website untuk kerajaan, tender buat website untuk company commercial. For example, saya punya tugas ialah saya bagikan information ni kepada management group. Tanya setiap section ada tak takers, ada tak yang nak lead projek ni. Okay, selalunya memang tak ada. Okay, tapi ada juga yang nak jadi team members, tapi nak lead tak ada. Dan kalau tak ada, saya akan salurkan kepada alumni yang buat business related dengan projek tu. Contohnya kalau nak buat website, kami ada dah set of alumni yang nak buat business sedemikian. So kami akan ambil 2-3, kita minta dia present quotation, dan kita akan masuklah yang mana yang rasa convincing dan harga yang termurah. So, kita akan collaborate dengan dia. So far business model ni berjaya. Nak dapat job tu agak susah sebab tender ni faham lah, betul-betul tender bukannya direct award. Right? Tapi business center juga, mana yang direct award kami laksanakan di business center. Business center ni ahli dia bukan staff tekno akademik. Ni ada 3 ni. Satu lagi ialah academic section. Academic section tak berubah. Academic section yang mana yang ada sekarang ni ialah kita ni bawa academic section. Betul tak? Okay, kita mengajar, kita buat ni, kita buat ni, kita buat ni. Okay, so bila ada 3 ni, kami ada coordinator untuk incubator, kami juga ada incubator untuk business center. So kedua-dua coordinator ni bukan orang yang sama dengan academic section. Untuk academic section very clear, straightforward. Okay, mengajar, syllabus, credit transfer dan lain-lain. So memandangkan saya tak nampak kita dah ada banyak incubator yang emerging di bawah Teknoputra, why not semua campus pun kena ada incubator dan kena ada business center. Mungkin tak memerlukan kos yang tinggi pun. Okey, yang penting ada apa? Ialah to have, kita kena ada polisi unit KL yang kena bagi tahu setiap kampus semua kena ada incubator, kena ada business center. Bila polisi tu datang daripada top down, kenapa kita nak kena establish ni? Kenapa management kena ikut? Sebab clearly state dekat dalam kita punya mission and vision to support ni. Kita nak buat ni semua to support mission and vision. So kita kena ada polisi. Bila instruction tu ada, bila dia akan dapat instruction to have a space untuk incubator dan business center, kena ikut lah. Alright. And then infra tak memerlukan peralatan yang banyak pun, kecuali yang betul-betul memerlukan. Kita ada MARA. Macam kami di Unique MIT Incubator Center ni kami dapat daripada RMK 11. Okey, RMK 11 500,000 daripada MARA Pusma. wilayah. Kami di bawah MARA wilayah. So apa-apa kegiatan di bawah incubator, MARA wilayah akan sponsor. Contoh, training 20,000 dia akan bagi. Kita minta je. Sebab dia nak jaga incubator dia. Sebab ini center tau. MARA yang akan jaga incubator bawah setiap yang di bawah seliaan MARA ni. So infra boleh datang daripada UniKL dan boleh datang daripada MARA. Dan yang ketiga ialah account, company account. Company account ni bukannya kita kena, Teknoputra kena buka satu account syarikat yang lain, kena ada access sendiri, tak. Account ni ialah untuk collection account. Collection account maknanya Group Finance kena create one collection account untuk Teknoputra. Kenapa? Banyak student-student kita, active student yang berniaga, dia tak ada account syarikat. Dia tak create lagi. Okey? Apa yang kita buat sekarang, praktis kami akan gunakan TKS ataupun kami akan gunakan URSB ataupun ACE. Tapi bila masuk URSB dan ACE, dia punya portion high, 40%. Tak viable untuk berniaga. Kalau 5,000, 40% dah berapa nak bagi student yang betul-betul buat kerja. So kalau Tekno ada account yang sedemikian, kita boleh ambil portion yang lebih rendah profit untuk kegunaan Tekno seluruh kampus. Okay, seluruh kampus boleh share. Dan nombor 4 ialah database. Database student yang centralized, kita tak ada. Contoh paling mudah, bila kita perlukan data untuk pelajar yang mendapat anugerah, special anugerah sponsor convocation, akademik tanya kita, sebab dia dalam pemarkaan tu entrepreneurial involvement lah kan. You kenal tak student ni? Kita nak jawab apa? Mana kita nak tengok data tu? Dia grad tahun bila, apa aktiviti dia tahun 1, semester 1, semester 2, semester 3, semester 4, tak ada. Padahal benda tu penting untuk dia dapatkan anugerah tu. Dan kita kena ada 3 orang tau nak pilih untuk daripada banyak kandidat ni. Kalau salah bagi markah, patutnya dia layak. Siapa yang nak tanggung dosa macam tu? Okay, so bila kita ada center ni, yang bagusnya pool of lecturers yang mengajar Tekno, saya punya cadangan, dibayar terus ke Teknoputra Center. So dia boleh manage dan kita boleh pool manpower. Campus mana tak cukup, ajarlah online. Sekarang ni kalau contoh MIT tak cukup, semester ni kami, semester yang akan datang ni kami ada 960 pelajar tak kena serve. Bayangkan kalau kita buat satu group 30 orang, berapa banyak group nak kena buat. So bila kami nak ambil manpower daripada kampus lain, UniKL MIT akan bayar kampus tu, tak bayar pun pada lecturer. Rugilah. Tapi kalau bawah Tekno ni mungkin dia centralized. Okay, manpower semua dibayar dia. So kita tahu workload masing-masing dan lain-lain. So tu sajalah. Ada pun nak tambah? Tak ada. Terima kasih.
Jingle je.
Jingle tak ada.
Okay, next yang second last hari tu bulan ni lah, kan? Lepas tu bulan apa tu Cik Zahir, lepas tu baru bulan B. Jadi silakan bulan Selasa.
If possible, different person lah untuk present.
Yes. Betul.
Orang nampak ni.
Dia balik. Balu. Bagi kat long lah.
Dia ada few round ni.
Nisa.
Okay. Kita nak baca nasyid je ni. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Tekno. Seterusnya saya serahkan kepada presenter kita yang comel.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. So, kalau tengok sini, our group memang short and precise lah. Okay, our vision, okay, is cover all the three, which is to be, to do, and to have. Okay, it's one statement. Okay, so our group have decided that the vision statement for proposed for Teknoputra is to be a well-established center. There will be to be, okay. And what are we going to do is to create an effective technopreneurs and entrepreneurs, and to have essentially the outcome of the from the Teknoputra, which are the technopreneurs and the entrepreneurs. So we combine all the to be, to do, and to have to get this precise statement. So that's it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next, terus pada tim Cik Saiful.
Macam mana tadi kan? Layan. Oh, layan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okey, boleh mulai yang ketiga pula. Senam. Layan.
Assalamualaikum. Group layan kan? Our mission, so this is the statement we put to be an excellence center entrepreneurship. So it's center of excellence in entrepreneurship. We wish to be actually entrepreneurship for education in Malaysia, not only UKL. Because other IPT don't actually talk about techno, they just entrepreneur biasa saja. So techno is our special UKL thing. To do is simply to achieve that, we have to develop our, this one will be hard thing for NASA kita, to develop proper human resource in entrepreneurship, the one to lead this program. So discussion here, they said we don't have enough people, we don't have enough training in understanding what actually to deliver to the student and alumni in order for them to be a very successful entrepreneur. Then of course to have, we look here, we agree with MIT punya rep or this group punya rep. We need to have incubator in everywhere. What we know that we met MIT very good, a lot of other campus cerita tahu tak ada. And of course a teaching factory, which is will be very helpful in all the sense. They understanding more a bigger business is run. Of course incubator is small, so teaching factory will be huge. So they understand more, will be a bigger company. And of course we look at, we should also create, push our alumni to create a unicorn company, which is Malaysia tak ada. Malaysian ada tapi don't belong to Malaysia. So that's the view from our group. Alright, thank you. Okay, sementara tu minta tolong kita statekan yang kita punya point-point itu dalam grup macam tadi. Okay, next kita silakan Team Will.
Team saya.
Will I am. Kak Aida. Wow, wah.
Teknoputra Power.
Okey. Assalamualaikum. Kita bantu apa? Okey. Group kami actually excellent presentation from other group. Okay. So ours better lah. InsyaAllah. Okay, so to be the most preferred entrepreneurial university, and then to incubate preservers unique alien entrepreneur. That means this one we observe that there are so many incubators. So in what we want is to incubate. Yeah. Okay. We earlier on we inculcate the culture, but now incubate. So to what we need to have is that we to shape holistic entrepreneurial ecosystem. Okay. So anything to add?
Okay. For example, we have policy, we have account, we have everything. But then let's say we don't have the ecosystem itself, so we are unable to achieve the directions. I mean our vision.
We call them the only center in the country, #1 center, the center of excellence. Ini relax je, dia center je. But we understand that's what it's all about. So I hope the Teknoputra division will take it to be your vision, and then you have to give it to somebody to do the sentences right, so that it becomes something that we all want to bring it and sell it to others. I think this is sellable. It is not difficult to establish this. It is something that people will support you if you were to talk about this. The center is not just the physical structure, but the center focuses on the outcome that all of the group are saying that to produce what the university want to produce as a mission, that is the global technopreneurs, the global technopreneurs. We're still a long way, but this is something that we aim achievable. I think this is achievable for 2025 as the center. But for us to establish, to achieve the global technopreneur, maybe it will take a bit more time, but we are creating the pathway to achieve that. It's important to create that pathway that you have a vision that people can support that vision, a vision that you believe, a vision that is compelling, the vision that you also want to champion it. That is more important. That you want to make it happen. The community of Teknoputra wants to make it happen. We want to see that at the end of the 3 years that the center will be set up in all the campuses, you may have a center. The shape of the center, I leave it to the Teknoputra to decide. It could be by region, it could be by campus, it could be on just the virtual center, but it's still a center that has got function, center that will be able to deliver the outcomes that we're looking for. Thank you. I think all the group has got good vision. You also express your experience in doing this job. Some of you have been doing this for quite some time. We have gone through the ups and downs of developing entrepreneur, and I believe there are also success stories that you have achieved. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. Let's move to the next item. I think the mission of the university is there. Huh? University has its mission, that is to produce global technopreneurs. It's already there, it's given. But a mission alone will not be sufficient unless we are clear of the purpose of this organization. You are clear of the purpose of a center that you want to create. A purpose, it answers why we are here, why we are created, why we are in this place for whatever reason we are in this place. You will have to answer that question. Why are you created? Why are you all coming here and to discuss about the Teknoputra, technopreneurship, entrepreneurship? There must be a purpose. How come we spend so much time, resources for us to meet and contribute ideas? There must be a purpose to it. So the next thing that we have to clarify ourselves is this, is to look at the purpose. We want to be a purpose-driven business. We want to be a purpose-driven organization. Then only you have that motivation, you have that strength, the inner strength to overcome all the issues, all the problems that will come together with you setting up whatever you want to do, the center of excellence. You need that determination, that force to make it happen. And to do that, the organization must be purpose-driven, and it should be one purpose. It cannot be MIT say this purpose, then MIAT say I want to do this, and MIMET say I want to do this, BICEP sana sini. No, it has got to be one purpose. Anybody has any question with that? I think it's we all aware actually the purpose, but we have not written it down. We have not discussed about it. I think it's about time we discuss it. Are you clear what is a purpose-driven organization, a purpose-driven business? Example of purpose-driven. Anybody?
Business run by NGOs. Contoh environmental NGOs, they run training programs for environmental protection.
Alright? There are some NGOs who champion the environmental issue. So whatever they do, they will always be clear of their purpose. Their purpose is to protect the environment. So they will highlight so many things. Alright? Anybody else? Anyone?
Some of the definition that I saw is kind of like you have interest in certain things, but the thing is not really getting to be the business yet. So if you want to expand the interest, you have to use the method of like business in order to make something that you like, you want to share with others, also the same things.
I can give an example of the halal business. You want to create the halal business, you really have to follow all the halal, and you have to believe in it. You have to believe that the halal is the best thing for the community, it is good for everyone. So your organization are then driven by the halalness. How I call it? Alright, okay. Anybody else?
Okay, is it we can relate with what we want to be? Maybe for example, let's say we want to be a company is the cheapest company, ataupun let's say kalau macam my company, kita nak everyone pergi umrah contoh. So kita provide the best service untuk menarik semua customers pergi umrah macam tu. So what we want to be? Boleh tak macam tu?
So if your company, the purpose of your company is to get everyone in the country to go to Umrah or to do Hajj.
Mampu pergi Umrah. So we have to provide something that dia mampu lah.
So that's the purpose. You drive that. You make sure that everybody in the country are able to perform Umrah. So you buatlah macam-macam. You do all the activities to do that. Another one is Asia kan. Asia dia kata everybody can fly. And that's what they did. Yeah? They are the low cost carrier, and in their low cost carrier, even their day-to-day business, they also believe in low cost. There's no such thing as charity. You can go to Asia, you ask for charity, they will not give. But what they do is they will, from their pocket money, they give it to you. But the company is already low cost, they say they will not do that. And they will do everything to cut costs. Cut costs. That becomes their value. Eventually, the purpose, if you are clear of your purpose, if your organization are driven by purpose, then it will eventually translate into your value, which will over the years become the culture of your organization, the culture, the signature of Teknoputra. The signature of Teknoputra cannot happen just because you say it, oh, we want to become the center. No. The signature only happen through the behavior of all the people in Teknoputra. And that behavior will be driven by the purpose. Niat, purpose is actually the niat. Huh? What you wanted, your desire, your very strong desire that produced that purpose. So if you say that the purpose of this organization is to be innovative, to take risks, then you try to make sure that every day you take risk. You are a risk taker. You are an innovative organization. You are an innovative center. If you say that this is a center for business, then make sure that everything is business-like. The way you dress, the way you talk, the way you run your operation is all business-like. That is what you say a purpose-driven organization, or purpose-driven business. Body shop. Yeah. Body shop, their purpose is more of environmental, natural and environmental. That's what they do. The lady who created that body shop passed away a few years ago. That's what they do. They want to make sure that it's natural, it is no chemical, so everybody, it is safe for everybody usage, and they will do everything to achieve that.
What about social entrepreneurship? What about social entrepreneurship?
Yes. The same thing about social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship, they believe that entrepreneurs will be able to upgrade the life of the well-being of the population. So they do projects of that nature. They create people, the IKS, people who runs the pasar malam, who also do the pasar tani. They do some products that they produce. And we have been, in the last few years, we have been partnering with them dengan apa dia panggil tu, Jabatan Integriti kan? Negara Pasar Bahtia, Japanese. And what we does is we run the business game, and in doing the business game, the people have to sell item. That item comes from the makcik-pakcik yang are doing all this product, you know? And that is social entrepreneurship. Of course, there are social enterprise. Social enterprise are enterprise that wanted to help the society in terms of their well-being. For example, there's a social enterprise that help the people in Sarawak to sell their rice, the mountain rice, the high altitude rice is very healthy, but these people do not have the means to do that. So there is this one social enterprise of young people. That's what they do. They go to the kampung, they help them how to plant good quality rice. They then buy over the rice and they do the marketing, so that these people will be able to sell their rice at a higher price, and it is distributed throughout the world. That's what they do. So these are social enterprise. So if I were to ask you this question, what is your purpose here? What is the purpose of Teknoputra? What differentiates you from the rest of UniKL? Pakai Teknoputra ni apa dia differentiate? One example, kalau I tengok Razak, I remember the example. He came to my office to sell the idea of SIFE. Saya kata, SIFE ni apa? Tak tahu, saya tak pernah dengar SIFE. But what he did was, dia kata tak apa, nanti I get the SIFE people to come to see. So next week, 11 students came to my office. You know? And as they leave, I was very excited about it. I have never seen students who are so mesmerized with business, with ideas, with what they want to do, whose purpose are very strong. You can see a very strong purpose in them. That they are very strong, so that they don't care who you are. They don't worry about a deputy president. Tak deputy president, they go to my room, they set up the room. You know, there is no lecturer pun tak ada. They set up the room and they come and explain to me what SIFE is. So much so that I am excited about it. I champion it for them. I push a lot of things for them. Why? Because I see they are purpose-driven. Sad to say, we kill it. We are the one who kill it. But the people who are involved with it still keep coming back to me. Apa minta, who is this? Minta jadi friend Facebook ni tak kenal. Kalau niat, yes, but check balik, oh ni my set, ni site ni member. But they are everywhere. But that is an example of a purpose-driven organization. And that is, I do hope whoever, either in Teknoputra or either in student center, should be able to revisit the enactors, because it's something that I believe is very good for us, very good for the student.
Unitas mission betul lah. Tapi kenapa tahun lepas ini anugerah Unitas?
Bukan anugerah Unitas. Itu MBA.
Bukan anugerah Unitas. Fikir untuk cari campus apa yang Unitas. Social entrepreneurship.
She's gone. But I think enactors masih ada. Kita yang tak ada.
No, estimation already.
Yelah, tapi the world ada lagi.
The world ada lah. Yang Malaysia
kita yang tak ada. Kita yang decide not to have it. But we can have it. Nothing stops UniKL to link. We become the enactors Malaysia. Ya kan kita kata kita vision kita global kan? That is global. To me, honestly, I'm very proud of that group that come to Mary. But when they leave, you know, I escort them down. Thank you very much to come and explain to me about science. Because they are the one. I says, wow, if all our students is like this, then we will meet the objective of producing global technology. Just because we do not have it in Malaysia does not mean that we have to stop. You know? We can become the Malaysian chapter. Nothing stops us from becoming the Malaysian chapter. It's not that expensive. Why should we allow other universities who learn from us to become the champion? No. Alright? So in your group, this one needs no presentation, so dia tak ada jingle lah. No presentation. But after this ada jingle. Not this time. I want you to just talk about it and then agree on few points for us being a purpose-driven organization. Why should we be a purpose-driven organization? And what people should look at you as Teknoputra. You as Teknoputra, how would the company look at you? How would others look at you as Teknoputra? What makes you to walk tall among the others of UniKL? That purpose that you want to deliver and for others also to observe or to see that you are delivering that purpose. Okay? 10 minutes, sekolah. Discuss about it. 10 minutes.
Jumpa industri kita saya dia tapi saya mesti kena cakap entrepreneurship dia apa kalau orang tak tahu dia sebenarnya bukan sorry lah bukan brand itu kita je dia dalam dia tak kalau saya cakap dia dah banyak program buat ini kita pergi
discussing the soft issues. It is the soft issue that is important. It's not just the dress, it is the person who's wearing it also very important. It is not just the school, but it depends on the lecturers in the school is also important. So these are the soft issues when you talk about strategic planning. Most of the time, you go to a strategic planning session, your focus is a lot on hard stuff. That means that numbers, target, goals, objective, without discussing a lot on the soft issues. And it is the soft issues that deliver you the hard. objective. It is the soft issues that makes the hard objective look so simple and easy. The moment you have that soft item, you have got they call it soft item lah dalam management terminology, but in our culture we say it is like the rope or something. It is your spirit that live on, that lingers on, that wanted to establish something, that had that burning desire to do something. Even though you may not have the necessary infrastructure and the physical niceties, but you still can deliver if you are very clear, if you are very focused on what you want to do, and you have the right value, the right behavior, the right culture to deliver. There are some cultures, they are not rich, but they produce top scientists in the world. MIAT, we signed up an agreement with Russia. We send our students to Russia. Through MARA, we send our students to Russia. In Russia, we signed up with one of the best universities called Moscow Aviation Institute. That is the university that produced all the spacecraft for Russia. They are the designers of Sukhoi, designers of MiG-29. In fact, I visited one of the workshops, and in their workshop, I saw they hang MiG-29 on the ceiling of it. Then I asked them, Prof, this is a very good aircraft, Prof. And this is one of the best aircraft in the world. And he turned around at me, I am the designer of this aircraft. In fact, our student, during their second year, sent me the message, Prof, this semester, the designer of Sukhoi is our lecturer. You look at, because of their knowledge of it. But when you go to Moscow Aviation Institute, our primary school is better than them in terms of the infrastructure. They don't have all this nice chair, table, no such thing. You remember the school that we have in Kampung, macam tu lah dia. They don't have that. But look at the environment. Even though the physical environment is not good, look at their environment. Their environment is, there is no separation between lecturers and students. Anywhere you go, you see group of students surrounding the lecturers doing a lot of discussion, even though during at the cafe. That is not physical, that is behavioral. That is what makes a university. In fact, we have got their lecturers coming to MIAT to teach our students. And some of those lecturers, I would say most of the lecturers are actually scientists, renowned scientists in Russia. Coming to MIAT is like a bonus to them. Coming overseas is like a bonus to them. One of them is by the name of Ismailov. He's not a Muslim, but I think his great-great-grandfather may be a Muslim. He became communist and he has no religion. Ismailov came to me and he says that, Prof. Zahir, I felt boring because I'm only teaching this student in physics. I am actually a nuclear scientist. Do you think you can help me link with someone, maybe your nuclear agency, that for me to work and do some help to do consulting or to do research? I said, yeah, by all means. Fortunately, the head at that time of Nuclear Malaysia was my classmate, way back in the secondary school. So I called him, hey, Dato, tolong tak? Can I come and see you? I want to bring a scientist to come and see you. Oh, Dato was so impressed. My God, you have this in me. You know that this person is a well-known nuclear scientist in the world. But when you go to the university is better off, not better, we are better off than any of their faculty. MIT is like heaven for them. MIAT will be, wow, you have this, what aircraft do you produce? I went together with Ibrahim Saad because we wanted to. So we also goes, because we also send the student to do maritime. So can I say, Dato Sri, kita kena tengok lah, we have to go and see how they build this ship. You know? So they say, okay, we arrange, and they bring us to one kampung, really kampung. You have to drive the four-wheel drive into macam kampung lah, macam I'm from Perlis, dia macam kat Kuala Perlis tu, terus masuk tempat ubat belacan lah, that kind of environment, you know. And suddenly I saw a structure, macam kilang kicap, you know, just like a kicap factory, you know? Very tall structure. When I went inside the structure, my God, they were building a hovercraft of 7 stories hovercraft for the military. And they did everything on their own. How do they achieve this? You know? And they don't have all the nice things that we talk about. We are trained by the West. We are trained by the West to say that, oh, to do things, you must have all these stupid factory-looking things. Not necessary. It strengthened my belief to do everything. You need to have that people. The people. It has got to be the people who has the right value, who have the right behavior, who knows what he wants to do or she wants to do and can change things for the country. It is not the physical thing. Really, it is not the physical thing. Russia teach me a lot of things. Sampai kan, I sent my son to study there. I was so impressed with it. And all of them that we send are doing well. Not in what they, not all of them become aerospace engineers, not all of them become maritime scientists, but they all are doing well in, because there they learn about discipline, they learn about what is their capability, their ability. In fact, when they come back, they visit my office. The way they talk to you is very different. Hey, this is no longer the boys and girls that we send. You know? They come back to be men and women of very high stature, people who you know when you talk to are proud of themselves. You know? So I asked them, what about vacancy, work do you need to help? Their answer is, Prof, don't worry. We are so good in mathematics. Any school, at least I can become a teacher anywhere. I can become a university lecturer anywhere. They're so proud of their achievement. They say, Malaysian? Are you Russian? Malaysian? Are you Russian? Are you Malaysian? Proud of their achievement. How can it be that way? Because I believe the lecturers that they have are very clear of their purpose. They themselves do not have doubts about their purpose. They themselves knows what they want to deliver. And whatever obstacles that they want to deliver is not an issue. Obstacles are never an issue. They will find ways and means to overcome the obstacles. I thought the Japanese was something that we could emulate, but when I went to Russia, I said, no, if you want to become a developed nation, you better follow this. That's why they are able to do a lot of things. And we send all our students, all these years, we send it to USA, England, Europe, everything. None of them come back and can do aircraft. None of them. Myanmar, Vietnam, send all their students to Russia. And all these countries now build their own aircraft. India sent to Russia, they built their own aircraft. China go to Russia, they built their own aircraft. Malaysia been sending all our engineers for donkey years, to all the Western countries. None of them can do it. So it is important. It's important. And then that's also one thing that is also important. We have talked about vision. Like yesterday, last night, we talked about culture. We talked about vision. We talked about purpose. We talked about what we wanted to do. What are all the issues that we have discussed earlier. I think what is also important is the values must be shared values. They must be. Don't come and tell me, oh, we have 10 values. No, we should not have 10 values. We should have few values that we all practice it. All those values are translated into behaviors. Behaviors that people can see the behaviors. Bukanlah nak riak, but it has got to be observable behaviors. But what are the observable behaviors of people in Teknoputra? People who wanted to produce entrepreneurs and technopreneurs. People who wanted to produce global technopreneurs. What would be their values which eventually turn into observable behavior? We call it values, but some companies that I know of, for example, General Electrics, they call it behaviors. Their values is actually behaviors, observable behaviors. Behaviors that you can observe, not just one person practicing it, but everyone in their community practicing. When I first worked with Mian, I have a problem with the ladies in Mian. I really have a problem because I came from Malaysia Airlines, where all the ladies are beautiful ladies. Dress well, they are, they groom well. When I go to Mian, I say, what is this? Pakai tudung lain, color lain, kasut. Apa ni? What's happening? Muka cantik pula, lipstick sikit apa. Tak. So I have to go and meet up a friend of mine. She is the trainer for the cabin crew. I says, can you help me? Do something with the girls that I have now. I'll send the girls to you. So I said, all the girls are sent to Mass Academy. And go and do something with them. And when they come out, wow, I said this. Sensitive aja. No, but just to stress the point of what values is in Malaysia Airlines, it's a observable behavior. Everybody goes through that process of grooming themselves and everything. And then I also notice in Mian, people are not as friendly. People are not friendly. Kenapa you sombong lah? You only menyombong. Very sombong. Nanti I cerita pasal Zahir. So I sent two of my lecturers. I says, I want you to go and meet so and so at Mass Academy. So they went and meet up with the so and so Mass Academy, and they come back. I says, when you enter Mass Academy, who do you meet first? Oh, the security. How do they behave? Hey, security very friendly, Raji. Assalamualaikum, how are you? Who you want to meet? Where you from? Oh, you are from Miat. Miat ni Haji Zahir ke Miat kan? How is he? Then we went into, we reached the entrance. The moment we reached the entrance, don't know where they come from, they always come say, hey, how are you? You nak jumpa siapa? You datang daripada mana? You are engage with them until they are the one who brought us right to the person that you want to meet. I says, that is the point I send you there. I want you to see that point. That's why I say you all menyombong di sini. A stranger comes to your office, you tak tahu je, sombong lah. That becomes your observable behavior. It becomes your values. It becomes your culture. You cannot have that. Itu example of observable behaviors. What would be the observable behaviors of a Teknoputra? People like you. What would be that observable behaviors? What would be the traits that people can see in you? With regards to, for example, teamwork. If you work in teams, people kata, you need Teknoputra. Because you are different. Or you responsibility, you take the responsibility. Relax aja. Betul I can volunteer. With customers, with ethics, with innovation, with trust. What's the value that you have? And that value cannot be a value just what you say and you write. There are a lot of value that we say that we write. Kita kata city is our value, commitment is our value, but what is that observable behavior? I want you to discuss, when I talk about value, I meant observable behaviors. And it cannot be in one person, it got to be in a lot. And I could, if somebody comes in, I could see the difference. Honestly, saya bukanlah nak merendah the ladies that met. I felt bad about it. I went back to my wife. I kata, alamak, tak best punya Miat ni. Kenapa? I kata, budak perempuan dia comot-comot lah. Bila saya mengajar aviation management kan. I don't teach technical, I teach aviation management. My student, my lady student, kenapa you pakai macam ni? Mana keju-keju, pakailah keju-keju sikit. Bedak-bedak sikit, barulah nampak berseri.
Tak ada duit dah beli.
Tapi my wife is okay because dia faham MAS. Dia selalu ikut saya. In MAS, the family is part of the company. There are so many engagement with the family. Macam family day, itu biasa. Sini aja tak biasa. When I bring my wife, everybody kata, Haji bawa wife je. Kenapa you tanya soalan tu kan? In Malaysia Airlines, we bring our wife. Kita mesyuarat pun bawa wife kita. Kadang-kadang kita bawa wife kita duduk kat cafeteria, sembang, discussion. We have got 4 times in a year family day. Family dia bukan besar, tapi one for the company, one for the division, one for the department, one for the unit. And we will have half day punya family day, bawa anak-anak main games itu, and we have a lot of games for the anak-anak. But it means a lot for bonding. It means a lot for helping each other. One of my staff recently, she former staff, bukan staff dekat Miat ni, or not the staff in UniKL, my ex-staff dekat MAS before. Her house was having, like this flood near me, so a lot of damage to the house. My son, my younger son, he volunteers. The Russian train. He volunteers, is among his friends go and volunteer, clean out the house. And he cleaned up that lady punya house. Dia tengok MAS punya gambar. Makcik ni MAS dulu ya? Ya lah. Pakcik berkata, lah makcik kau ni semua MAS. Makcik kenal dah bapa saya. Kenal, tak kenal. Saya ni lah sekretari bapa awak. Awak ni siapa dia? Saya anak dia. Anak yang mana ni? Awak lah baby yang kita duk dukung dulu. Why? Because of a very strong bonding. That becomes an observable behavior. I don't have that. I don't see that in I don't see that in UK. I can go back to MAS and people will still recognize you. Even though I've left it for 20 years. They still invite me for wedding, they still. I went back to Chancellery, baru 3 tahun tinggal Chancellery, orang tak kenal. Tak tahu je. Bukan kamu ke dulu staff saya? What? Because kita tak friendly, kita sombong. And sombong is not a good value. Sombong is not a good behavioral to imitate. You can give all the excuses, no. Sama juga for the ladies. Not grooming up is not good. You have to groom up. Ladies must look good. Full stop. God has given the ladies. Orang perempuan dia lebih cantik pada orang lelaki-lelaki. Orang perempuan lebih cantik pada orang lelaki-lelaki. And if the ladies are not grooming up, something's wrong. Something wrong somewhere.
Malam lagi bernama. Memang habis semua.
Begitu Hindu, malam licin.
Wow,
bukan saya nak. It's just that I'm sharing the example of observable behavior. Macam Zahir. Saya ni used to teach because I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics dengan Transport CILT. So we are invited to teach CILT because CILT ada program dia with the industry. So I normally go and teach lah kat ports and banyak places around. That weekend, I'm not supposed to teach. So Saturday tak ada kelas, bawa family keluar. Malam, CILT call. Haji, can you teach tomorrow? I says, what class is this on Sunday? Normally we start on Saturday. No, this class, their lecturer refused to come to the class. They don't like the student. The student also don't like the lecturer. The lecturer also don't like the student. So I went. Zahir was there. Zahir and the 20 merry people around. Oh my God. They speak non-stop, you know. I say, hey, who's the lecturer here? And I heard you do something to the lecturer until the lecturer get out of this place. Okay, now that I'm here, you regret calling me here. This one lady. Dia lah datang lambat, bukan? Dia dah datang lambat. Datang lambat, buka pintu, pom, tutup. Pakai helmet, pakai jaket, pakai big bike. Here ada big bike. Oh, that kind of student. Ini ke student saya. Alhamdulillah, after a while, we are okay. Tapi they are a class yang never stop talking. No, bagi discussion, tak boleh bagi discussion. They tak stop. They are all working people. Okay, alright. Now back into your group. This will be the last session. Last kali ada second lah. This will be the, kita habis 4:30 kan? Ya ke? Syafiq, mana dia?
Syafiq.
Pak Iban? Kita terus kita break. Selalunya kita habis ke 5. Okay, 5. So we have a discussion at 5. I would like for you to discuss about values, shared values. But what I meant by shared values is observable behavior that everybody behave, that can be seen by people from outside. The example that I've given you, it has to be of that level, so that if somebody comes to Teknoputra, they could immediately notice the difference by the Teknoputra punya people inside, the observable behavior. This time around we have a presentation and we have the jingle. We finish at 5, so we should stop by 4:45. We start our presentation.
Kena jingle. Jingle bell. Ni dah nak petang ni kita kena mantap. Okay, last presentation daripada kami. Last. Teknoputra.
Layan lagi. Jadi oh cukup korang. Tengok. Layan lagi, okey.
Teknoputra.
Layan lagi. Okey.
Okey, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. InsyaAllah kami diberi talian untuk presentation first. Itu berkaitan dengan observe behavior. Okay, berdasarkan perbincangan berikut kami. Yang itu pertama yang kita ada, kami ada kekuatan bagi kami. Yang itu business minded. Yang memang bila kita cakap tentang business, berkaitan dengan apa yang nak memberi nasihat ke tunjuk ajarkan berkaitan dengan lifestyle sebab dia berkaitan dengan business tak terlibat dengan akademik, dia lebih pada rutin harian kita, iaitu kita kena ada lah satu business minded, Okay, yang kedua friendly dengan approach, di mana kadang-kadang terasa juga kita ni approach ke kan, kadang kita ni memang orang approach yang jenis apa, follow up, biasa kita ada network kita antara student dengan alumni, macam kita nak approach dengan friendly. Dan kadang kita pernah memang biasa masa di campus, masa di student kita layan dia sebagai student. Dia dah habis belajar, kita kena layan sebagai graduate dan sebagai kawan. Okay, kita kena beza benda tu kan, setengah orang tak membezakan. Itu yang saya terasa juga sebab saya sebab saya ex UniKL kan. Mana ya betul, sebab kita kena tahu macam mana
Faham.
UniKL melayan ex UniKL. Tak mana biarkan dia
Layan extra macam tu.
bukan sebab kita, walaupun kita tahu kita punya apa tanggungjawab, tapi macam mana kita melayan semasa dia student dengan selepas dah habis belajar kan. Okey,
Jangan nangis.
kemana nangis sebab sampai sekarang ni pun tak ada follow up, tapi itu tim lain lah, tim Teknoputra tak.
Siapa lagi lepas ni kita ni.
Okey, yang ketiga ni macam nak cakap negotiate pun dia, tapi kita nak term negotiate tu berkaitan dengan nego ni just nego je, tapi kita tak boleh delivery apa yang kita ada. Itu yang kami guna can deliver. Can deliver tu kita daripada A sampai Z, confirm benda tu dah sampai pada dia. Kalau macam nego tu kadang sampai B je, Z tak tentu sampai lagi. Jadi A sampai Z tu confirm kita dah dapat. Dan dia pun dia dah menjayakan apa yang kita hasrat pada dia. Okey. Yang keempat, kami masih suruh lebih sikit. Okey, yang keempat, kreatif dengan inovatif. Kreatif dengan inovasi. Okey, insya-Allah. Itu yang pada yang pertama. Terima kasih kepada kami. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kira tu. Sampai lagi lama.
Alah, yang pasti.
Dua, tiga. Satu, dua, tiga.
Who's there?
Okay, Assalamualaikum, selamat petang, salam sejahtera. Okay, untuk shared value yang kita rasa mungkin for improvement untuk Teknoputra family. Okay, bukan sekadar untuk group Teknogo saja, tapi untuk semualah, untuk Teknoputra family. First of all, kita fokus kepada repositioning of ourselves. Sekarang ni, usah kata orang lain pandang kita, kita pandang diri kita kat mana? Kita letak diri kita kat mana? Okey. Sekarang ni isu yang Arif ada tanya dalam group 100% employability. Mana tempat kita? Adakah 100% tu termasuk dalam entrepreneur kita, alumni entrepreneur kita? So kat mana kita? Okey. So sekarang ni kita jangan ingat Teknoputra yang buat program bisnes tu ya. No. Bukan itu sahaja. We are job creator. Kita melahirkan usahawan. Even dalam kita punya KPI yang terbaru, alumni entrepreneur, dia ada elemen staff. Dia ada apa?
Berapa staff?
Ya, berapa staff yang dia ada. Maksudnya dia adalah job creator. Kita di sebenarnya lebih penting daripada yang employability tu sebenarnya. Sebab kita lagi atas pada tu.
Creator, wealth
creator, yes. So sekarang ni kita sendiri yang kena rasa kita ni berada di tempat
yang lebih tinggi daripada tu. Then we live up to that expectation, our own expectation. Sebab orang tak expect apa-apa pun daripada kita sebenarnya. Okay. Okay. Yang keduanya branding. Teknoputra kita kena rebrand ourselves. Tadi kita dah reposition kan. So kita kena rebrand. Okay, kalau kita tengok, kalau kita sebut corporate com, apa yang ada dalam fikiran kita corporate com?
Bergaya.
Gaya dan dia serve VIP. So kita tak boleh ke macam tu. Kita sendiri. Okay. Sekarang ni branding ni sama ada kita internal atau external. Internally, department lain tahu tak Teknoputra ni apa?
Wujud tak?
Okay. Department lain, lecturer lain. Kalau dean yang baru jadi dean, dia tahu tak Teknoputra tu apa? Walaupun dia dah lama berkhidmat di UniKL. Itu internal. Kalau external, katakanlah kita pergi kepada universiti lain ataupun kita pergi mana-mana interview, bukan job interview lebih ke ada interview lah, engagement, webinar. Bila orang tanya kita, you department mana, daripada department mana? Teknoputra. Bila tu? Tak pernah dengar. Usah kata internal pun tak kenal, external lagi lah tak kenal. Why not? Kalau nak minta trademark tu mungkin a bit tapi not possible kan. Maksudnya dekat hanya di UniKL sahaja ada perkataan Teknoputra dan semua universiti tahu perkataan tu, kenal Teknoputra tu apa. Okey. Okey, image. Okey, ini lagi berkaitan dengan alright. Repositioning, branding, under branding kita ada image. Kami Teknogo Group menyahut cabaran Dato Zahir. We groom ourselves. Sebab kalau betul juga, takkanlah bila student datang nak buat business coaching macam-macam makcik baru lepas ambil sembahyang nak sembahyang baru beli air nak sembahyang asar dengan selipar jepun. Student datang nak buat business coaching, kita nak ajar dia macam tu ke? This is the kind of businessman yang kita nak jadi ke kan? Okay. Itu staff. Macam mana dengan office pula? Meja kita macam mana? Office kita macam mana? Close door, open door, ataupun meja kita penuh dengan kertas-kertas yang kita tak tahu apa benda. Ada tak poster yang menunjukkan kita ni Teknoputra? Ada tak? Saya rasa gambar kita je. Okey. Tapi ada bajet tak nak ada ada bajet.
Mana kena tahu poster besar tu lah.
Macam apa yang Haji Nasir mungkin boleh buat poster yang besar tu.
Poster seorang kurang. Thailand Campus.
Tak apa, okey. Lastly, saya rasa selama saya berada di Teknoputra lah, saya rasa tim kita, family kita Teknoputra lah antara yang memang sangat resilient. Kita berdepan dengan berbagai cabaran, sama ada daripada peringkat atas, daripada top management, daripada marah ke manajemen, marah yang sentiasa minta kita submit semalam, sehingga ke manajemen, finance yang sentiasa query kita punya bajet, hingga student yang tak pernah kenal kita, yang tak pernah nak join kita punya program. So kita memang antara yang resilient. So why not kita gunakan kekuatan ni untuk kita improve. Dan saya rasa tanya Teknoputra tahun ni, kita dah bagi nafas baru, mudah-mudahan tercapai semua kita punya planning, insyaAllah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Tekno, knock. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sesuaian dengan sesi santai petang terakhir untuk petang, so kita ready? Okay.
Nak buat sama-sama pun boleh ke?
Ini sesi penunjuk semangat.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Teknoputra. Go to Solo. Kali lagi. Ya. Okey. Teknoputra. Go to Solo.
Permohonan ditolak.
Kalau anak-anak tengok ni geleng banyak.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. This is our group value. Okay. Yang pertama, kita punya value inspirable entrepreneur. Mean kalau teknopreneur melahirkan entrepreneur tu, biar bila kita nampak entrepreneur tu, dia jadi macam wow. Okay, ini yang inspirable entrepreneur lah. Okay. Yang kedua, entrepreneur mindset, which is student dengan lecturers tu sama-sama. Sebab sometimes bila student mengajar entrepreneur, tapi dia tak ada pengalaman entrepreneur, jadi tak dengar.
Rapatkan.
Okay. Jadi dia punya spirit dekat students tu tak capai. Jadi bila kita ada experience, at least kalau kita tak ada pun, kita cuba involve dengan entrepreneur activity supaya bila kita mengajar tu, student tu clear, faham, ada value disampaikan untuk student. Okay? Ada ruh. Okay, yang terakhir, entrepreneur lifestyle. So maknanya kita nak wujudkan entrepreneur lifestyle, which is yang campur semua ni. Bila kita sebut je teknopreneur ni, kita rasa orang kata teknopreneur ni relate betul-betul dengan entrepreneur. Teknoputra ni betul-betul relate dengan teknopreneur. Spirit tu ada, which is termasuklah dia punya staff semua tu memang bila student datang je, okey, datang je. Maknanya kita terima. Kita nak createkan value tu. Sebab dia semua teknopreneur punya members ni faham apa dia punya function. Mana kita tak ada, orang kata, sebab saya mula-mula masuk UniKL dulu, saya tak tahu pun teknopreneur ni apa. Teknopreneur ni apa. Bila Kak Hajah masuk dekat UPIS, dia keep, bila saya nak jadi host, jadi dia keep saying teknopreneur, saya perhatikan dia punya ni. Oh, sebenarnya teknopreneur ni, Teknoputra ni nak melahirkan entrepreneur. Okay, bukan sahaja mengadakan aktiviti. Jadi mana kita nak createkan benda tu. Staff tu semuanya kena ada entrepreneur mindset. Okay. Thank you. Teknoputra.
Maybe group yang terakhir. Tapi please still keep focus. Kita ada surprise. Okay, group Okay, 1, 2, 3. Pro Tekno Baru-baru. Okay, seterusnya saya serahkan kepada Puan Siti.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. This is our shared value. Purpose is professionalism. Actually kita nak bukan sahaja among our student, okay, among our community dalam UKL, nampak kita ni Teknoputra ni as a professional bodies, boleh professional centers lah, yang mana kita akan create more technopreneurs and entrepreneurs. Kita nak daripada luar orang dah nampak the way of kita punya appearance, kita punya cara kita communicate, approach orang, okay, semua tu dia memang nampak lah professionalism kita untuk kita create entrepreneur. Okay, yang kedua is teamwork.
Okay, because of kita ni memang ada 12 campus, kita ada collaboration, networking dengan industri, dengan agensi. So kita memang akan ada, kita try to build orang kata better teamwork lah. Okay, seterusnya expert and knowledgeable. Sebenarnya kita berperasan sebenarnya dua benda ni kita try to combine lah nanti. Okay, untuk expert dengan knowledgeable ni, okay, kita kalau boleh, sebab macam tadi kita dah sebutkan, kita ni memang ada various expertise, okay. So means that kita nak orang tahu bila sebut saja Teknoputra di UniKL ni, okay, dia boleh cari expert dalam various area. Okay, kita boleh bagi coaching, kita boleh bagi mentoring untuk various area. Okay, seterusnya nurture talent. Okay, kita akan groom. Kalau sebelum ni kita ada Genesis, kita ada Alumni kita try untuk groom diorang untuk menjadi orang yang effective technopreneur and entrepreneurs. Dan yang terakhir, kita optimistic. Okay, kita akan ada kita punya goals, kita punya objektif, okay, untuk kita menjadi satu center yang betul-betul membangunkan usaha. Terima kasih.
Jadi kesimpulannya ialah daripada apa yang kita present ialah kita try to relate kita punya shared value dengan Teknoputra division itself. Itulah kita jadikan akronim dia Tekno. Jadi dia will stand for itself, the value itself. Okay, thank you.
Ada cadangan yang E tu mungkin boleh kita buat integrity lah.
Yes, kita boleh tukar.
Sebab buat bisnes kalau tak integrity tak ada.
Ya, actually memang kita tinggalkan situ actually untuk room for any feedback.
Okay.
Thank you. Saya ingat kita bawa menutup yang last nantilah
Tak. Ada orang dah sabar.
Alhamdulillah, from all the presentation of each group ni, I noticed that yes, we understand what is the shared values and we need to work on it. Maybe the Teknoputra division nanti akan take back and then look at it again and then kena put it in proper wording lah. Kalau ini point form aja, put it in proper wording and then share it with the rest and you also can give feedback. What we want to see is that it becomes an observable behavior when somebody interact with us. That becomes like kita punya trademark, kita punya branding, kita punya professionalism, kita macam-macam lah that you have mentioned this morning. And if you are able to deliver it, you will be very proud. Menangis tu nak tinggal Teknoputra. If you are being promoted, kata tak maulah promotion, saya tak mau keluar dari Teknoputra. It's very strong that feeling.
Macam tak boleh keluar Teknoputra je.
Rather than tak sabar-sabar nak keluar Teknoputra.
Ouch.
So it should be the reverse. And let your student will also brand you as Teknoputra. Kak mana tu Kak Teknoputra tu lah. Why? It's positive. It cannot be negative, but it has got to be positive. And how do you know it's positive? Our feeling. Feel proud. Feel proud. Okay. All right. I think we have come an end to our day session. I have two more very important things to do tonight. So I hope you all will be with me for tonight because I'm going to teach you something that I've not seen somebody else teaching in the country. This is a technology that I've learned from an institute in UK called the Esrich Management Center. What I gained I've told the president before that you all should thank Malaysia Airlines for teaching me that I'm passing. When I was with Malaysia Airlines before, it was at the time of Tan Sri Aziz and his immediate successor. They have this policy. See, at that time, Malaysia Airlines is very rich. So they can afford to have top consultant to come in, but they refuse to bring in the consultant. Instead, they train their internal staff to become consultant. That's how I become consultant. That's how I can teach, because I was trained to become an internal consultant. There is this program, they train about 50 master trainers, and all these master trainers can train and become a consultant, so that we spread this throughout the organization. But of course, Malaysia Airlines itself has changed, and they have lost a lot of things that they have gained. I was invited to Malaysia Airlines. When I joined UniKL, they invite me again to Malaysia Airlines to facilitate some of the sessions. And I told them, we have lost a lot of things. And that is going to be detrimental to your business. True enough, to become truly detrimental to the business. The point that I want to drive here is that organization cannot be successful based on just numbers. Numbers, figures, physical item, property. No. Organization are made of people. And it is the value of the people, the behavior of the people, the intellectual property of the people, the strength of the people that created whatever you see in organization today. And if you forget that, if you lose attention to it, then you will lose the whole thing. You will start losing the whole thing. The same thing with Teknoputra. If you want to be successful, you have to look at the soft item, the value, the vision, the mission, what we have discussed here. And this can be applied not only in Teknoputra. If you are in your campus, you can also share with your campus of how they do other things, how they do projects, for example. You can use the same methodology that I share with you to do the campus. But what I want to share with you tonight is, now that you have the vision, now you know what are the behaviors that you have to carry about doing the vision. Tonight we are going to develop what we call the critical success factor. What are the things that make you successful? And then what are the few things that you need to do? You don't have to do too many things. Only the few things that you need to do that will make you successful. That is the secret. Not to do a lot of things, but to do the few vital things that make it successful. And I will show you tonight how to do it. I've not seen anybody else. I've gone to all the workshops, they have not done this before. Even the consultant that UniKL employ also do not know this. I share with you, and I don't mind you sharing that with your colleague when you do project. How are the few things that you can just focus on? As a leader, you focus on these few things to make sure that your project will become successful. But if you want to look at everything, it becomes impossible. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Inshallah, I'll see you.
Okay, thank you.
I have to do any presentation until the end of the three things that I've asked you to do. Then only you do a presentation. But again, the presentation is still by using flip chart. One area that we have discussed is about the vision. We have talked about the vision, and I think it's safe to say that all the group agree that we should, the vision is for UniKL Teknoputra to establish a center of excellence. So whether the center of excellence is a national level or an international level, it is to be discussed with the top management. Okay? But we all have agreed that the vision of Teknoputra is to be that level. When you talk about center of excellence, it is a center of a kind like people of the same mindset, the same focus. They are also the experts in those areas. So when we talk about Teknoputra, Teknopreneur, so the center of excellence are the areas where you will also do more research on how to establish better entrepreneurs. You will also do a lot more studies on how to engage entrepreneurs and how to get our entrepreneurs to go overseas to become an international, a global technopreneur. Because that's the vision and the mission of the university. So the center of excellence have to be that level, to be of that level. If that's the vision, then we discuss after that is the purpose of the organization. So we all have debated on the purpose of organization. You all among your group have discussed the purpose, a purpose-driven organization. That means that we all must believe in entrepreneurship. We have to believe that entrepreneurship is just like a religion, where it saves a lot of people, it will grow people's wealth, it will help the country, it would elevate the social status of a lot of community that has been left behind by all this development. We believe that through entrepreneurship, it will be able to change a lot of people's lives. That's the purpose we are here. And we also discuss about the values of being in a Teknoputra area, values of us trying to establish that center of excellence, the behavior, the observable behavior of people, where you have to be open, you also have to be friendly, you have to be nobody talk about learn and unlearn. I was hoping that you all talk about we all have to constantly learn and unlearn and relearn. That is an observable behavior, but tak keluar. I was also hoping that we say yes, we will aim to be a very low power distance organization, bearing in mind that our organization is already high power distance, but for that center it will be a low power distance. Alright? So, in order for us to achieve all those, then we have to ask one question. What would be the critical success factors to achieve that? CSF, critical success factor, is a wish list. Things that you think, oh, you need it, Not necessarily you may have it, but yes, you say you need it. And normally it's about 6 will be sufficient. But if you can achieve all these 6, yes, you can achieve that vision. If all these 6 are available, you can achieve this vision. So the critical success factor is something an organization or business or project must accomplish. They must have it in order to fulfill their goal or their vision. What is it that we must have it in order for us to achieve our vision? Don't talk about whether we can get it or not, We can say we must have the financial resources, sufficient financial resources, or we must have a control over the financial resources, those kind of things. I'll give you some example. Of critical success factors. Innovation is a critical success factor in in what we are trying to do. That means that you must have an innovative culture. Innovation must prevalence in your organization. You know, it's not something strange. You don't have to import innovation. Innovation is ingrained in your organization. If innovation has to be imported, then something is wrong. Right? You are in the wrong door. Number two is well-defined work streams. That means that your working processes must be well-defined. It's a smooth work processes. It will be no stranger to your community of entrepreneurs that you've been developing. Just as if that we're using Facebook. There's something strange like Facebook, we know. You go and ask somebody, they can tell you what you expect from the Facebook. You also know whether you can get it or you cannot get it, whether it is there or it's not there. The same thing with their work processes. The number three example is the stakeholder involvement. That means that you are getting the support from the stakeholder, from the top, from the government, from this, from that. And also, an organization change management must be in place. In order for you to be successful, then there must be that change management. Ni example aja, not necessary. I'm just making stories for you, just for you to, not necessary that you put this. If not, we just take this arbitrator. Or leadership. The leadership you must have a good leader, a strong leader. So bila you leadership ni, that means that you also must have succession. A succession plan in terms of who's going to be the next leader, who's going to be the next, not just only at the organization level, but also in your technopreneur level. People that you are training, you have got the student team, they also must have succession. So you don't have issue of leadership. Then suddenly something came up, say, we don't have enough leaders. What are we having? We have been here for 10 years and you don't have enough leaders. That means that something is wrong with your succession. So those are examples of the critical success factor. Alright? So in your team, I want you to discuss, don't have to do the flip chart again. Just discuss, take the point. I give you about 15 minutes to come up with 6 critical success factors. This is important. This will stay on with the Teknoputra. Okay, this is on top of the KPI, whatever it is. This is the success factors. This is the must have before you can say yes. We now have the center of excellence. We can form a center, but you're not sure whether it becomes a center of excellence. Okay. You have any question? You can ask me.
Okay,
FYP yang sudah buat ni sebenarnya kita pilih dari universiti. Sudah ni Tapi kalau ikutkan apa-apa penyelidikan ke mesti letak dalam tesis macam kami student lecture tu yang automatically dia jadi part of BC business center di situ dia automatically dia part of business center sebab dia yang pergi jumpa industri, dia yang cari collaborator, dia pergi dengan student nak present, student nak kerja, dia tolong function yang BC tu regulation lah, regulation tu Law tu yang penting lah, SOP, polisi kan dulu next ada polisi, kan ada polisi pernah tengok tak? Saya tak tahu lah sebab dah selalu buat memang tinggal tahu contoh kalau kita buat projek, kalau kita buat projek pesan tu dah kita boleh ambil introducer polisi lah kalau you bawa kalau lecturer tu bawa
dia sendiri
2%. Tak memang baca je ada 2%.
Bila you nak
tapi staff kita tak tahu. Itu salah. Kan. Saya akan saya leader staff, team leader untuk marketing, training, pemantauan. Boleh dibayar, patutnya tak ada isu. Memang dah dibayar. Tapi yang persen tak ada sebab itu kan datang daripada Tekno. Maksudnya Tekno kalau dia ada account tak boleh macam ni salah dia boleh buat dia buat kos kata itu boleh tapi sebab benda yang projek bukan yang buat proposal introducer ni projek baru ada siapa tahu-tahu nanti kita bawa projek 2 million
I thought he buat presentation.
Management penting. Banyak atau 1% ni. Itu yang risk ni. Ini polisi. Tak dia baca je. Tahu tak? Yang S tu sama ada dia tak tahu ataupun boleh tanya lebih cakap dia sebenarnya dia tak ada dia menjawab itu tugas dia Yes. Akan fit je.
Kalau kita tak
Profit kan kita nak kejar pada next 40%. Kalau kita nak kita dapat dia akan dapat lebih kurang 50 to 60%. Bela kami beli untuk penggunaan kes yang penting sebab sebelum ni kes sendiri dia tak ada polisi dia dah ada kita foto kalau nak banyak juga saya buat mindset
dia boleh flip dia main play main draw.
First kali dia kata letak kita cari kita apa ni baca lah dah lah kita belajar projek kan kita buat proposal proses nak main dia nak pantau kita nak nak buat report macam tu lah. So inilah saya tak nak saya cari projek dia contohnya tu lah ni bayar lah dia pun tekannya kita pakai pergi je dia tulis nama kita 6 bulan setahun ada kan lagi pakai link so dia kan dia lagi suka dia bawa banyak dan gunakan projek atau profit tapi nak dapatkan urusan dia dalam dia start buat dia akan tanya kita macam-macam ni sebab dia nanti dia akan tanya dia akan positif takut kan baik kalau boleh saya nak berfikir face to face saya prefer kita punya projek kita kenapa kita buat
dia ada terus
tak boleh sebab itu memang kerja lelaki ni bukanlah kita jadi kita kasi boni tanya kita nak guna training kan kita yang tidak kami dah nak bawa tiba-tiba trainer MIT tak ada dan tapi yang bisa tu saya
Are we okay? Are we okay on the technical success factor? Alright? Alright, can we move on?
Ada kata dia akak bau betul.
Can we move on from the CFF? Now the next one you have to do is, can you list down? Okay, can I get your attention please?
Yes,
Can I have your attention? Once you have done your critical success factor, the next thing that you have to do is try to list down the business processes that are required to achieve your vision. It is around 8, 10, maybe 12, 14 business processes.
Business process.
And the business process must start with a verb. Start with a verb. Such as measure customer satisfaction. Okay? Start with a verb. Measure. Or develop new product is a verb. Or select and certify vendors. Or you select and certify technopreneurs. It's a process. Genesis is a series of process. But under Genesis, you have a lot of processes. So go to that level of processes. Don't say just implement Genesis. Oh, that's too big, too macro. Go down further. Because Genesis has got a number of processes. And it duplicates a lot of other similar processes. Okay? And each business processes must have an owner. So where do you drill down the business processes? You drill down until you know that there is an owner for that business processes. If it is too big, you will not have the owner. Drill it down again sampai you have the owner. You can put a face to that business processes. And it is necessary, and the collection of business processes is sufficient to accomplish your critical success factor that you say, and eventually it is able to achieve your vision of Teknopreneur. The vision of Teknopreneur. So, never mind, brainstorm, list down as many processes as you want, and then later on, if you find that it's not suitable, you just cancel it.
So kalau tengok pada yang kita punya mapping daripada semester 1 kenapa situ? Because that is a process. Situ kita keluarkan ketika menurut punya mapping semester 1.
Tak boleh tak?
Dah makan dah tadi kan?
Bayar.
Dah berhenti makan tadi kan?
Kau makan orang belanja?
Saya belajar tak ikut.
Dia bawa lagi, saya bawa lagi.
Jadi tadi yang sempuan sampai kita kepada yang baru tu kan, yang business exposure
kalau
key processes itulah banyak
tak tahu ada management fees, tak tahu ada persen.
Mana pernah fikir
tahun lepas projek kau tak lepas projek kau
Tadi kan dia kata dia kena
profiling kan identify sudah faham tu buat Innovation process the best innovation critical success
Ini adalah person
tak ni kita boleh nak jadikan center dalam center dia boleh jadi innovation dekat kerja, dia boleh jadi innovation generalize lah itu memang kena isu betul juga dalam kerja isu kita jadi kita orang habis rasa-rasa ni ini tadi cerita pasal polisi student bawa duit projek masuk itu macam mana nak masuk berapa persen Teknoputra nak ambil.
Don't forget, you must start with the book.
Well, di mana bisa buat
lain besar WhatsApp
Dah okey dah. Kita bagi coaching dan motivasi kan.
Kalau you rasa tapi you always agree lah. 6 ni mesti ada, dia akan dapat. Kalau tak ada 6 ni tak dapat.
Tak ada SOP.
6 is a must.
Tak, aku pilih.
All the 6 is sufficient to achieve.
Okey, ini yang kita buat.
Kalau kita senapa
Rasa-rasa kena.
betul lah. Fikirlah, jangan malah berfikir.
Kemarin nak sebenarnya kan yang tuduh tu apa yang kena ada? Maknanya macam saya macam Ace lagi kita saya
sekarang pun dah ada dan sekarang ni kita yang dia orang ni habis saya kan nak matchkan dengan kerja saya dan jadi sekarang ni kita dah jadi sikit
dia geli lah dengan dosa makan coklat. Takut sangat lembut. Kenalah doa yang participate mana-mana dia cakap habis dia ada semua yang take up makin panas sekali semua tu ini lepas bila dah participate tak boleh ikut pula ada masalah
Kalau kita dah ada business center, sekarang ni bukan job select satu itulah proses dia. Kena involve lah, maknanya masukkan competition, participate.
By now you should have about 10 business processes lah.
Business process.
By now you should have about 10 business processes. Are we okay?
Nak kena analyze proses sekarang. Boleh buat propose
Tidak cukup dah.
SMBT.
Okay, while the rest of the members keep on discussing about the business processes, can I have one person for each group to come and see me now? The rest continue discussing. One person who has a good handwriting, very good handwriting, can draw straight lines. Can they draw straight lines, good handwriting, come and see me. The rest continue. Oh, satu. How about the rest? This group come.
Assemble team.
What I want you to do is column yang first, then yang ini under that yang tu tak payah ni biar Yang ni seperti isi je.
Creating, opening. Bank account.
Saya buat dulu yang the first chart. Di belakang ada kertas ni. Ustaz. Belakang. Dua kertas dua kertas. Dua cat. Dua cat tu.
Kadang dan outline budget ada tak berapa.
Deliver quality. Deliver quality lah. Student baik.
Ini dah ada
Measure dengan nilai sama tu.
Manager untuk analysis.
Ya, dipakai.
Bateri tak ada kot. Bateri tak ada bateri.
High zone. Ini kita high zone. Mesti semua juga high zone. Macam ni alam. Video kat media.
Ya, juga.
Duduk dekat Syalam. Nanti kena buat workshop tempat lain lah.
Oh, yang depan dua lah, dua.
Lepas dia tak dapat kat Syalam, jadi zona Syalam.
Can I have
Okay. Alright.
This is an example, but I leave it to the group to discuss lagi. What it means to say, when it is at 6, that means that it is supporting the critical success factor. So that means this is very important. 6 is very important. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 and 1, you better review your processes. You don't have to do it. It only support 2 critical success factor. You're wasting your time. You know, why should you be doing things? But the one that poor is the one that you have to give priority. The one that are 6, the high score, and yet they are poor, then that means that this have to give priority. Here I put 5 processes that need priority, but maybe in your area you may discuss maybe 4, maybe 2. I leave it to you to give priority. But for example, C, you may want to just say, okay, this you give priority, this is high, this may be medium, and there is no low. Maybe here you put medium, there is no low, you all are medium and high. When you are medium and high, you should relook your score. Are you sure that's what you are today? And something like that. If this is what is the real score, then there are a lot of people who are not doing their job well today. And you will have problems. When you overrate it, then you may have problem because you need to do a lot of things. You need to focus a lot of things. May not be necessary. Because here, what we wanted to do, we want to focus. So that when we focus, the chances of us getting the result are very good. But if you want to focus everything, it's not called focus. Dia muat turun dia pakai all sekali tukar kan. Tukar je mana boleh. So that means something is not right in your score. You may want to have a review of the score so that it be more appropriate. Okay? Let me go through your comment. To me, PP6E is very critical. That means that this process is very critical. It has a high score, but you are embryonic. Okay? And then this one, PP8, is also high score, and yet you say it is an average. That means that something is not right with this one. For frequency 5 is still very high. High, but the score of D, something needs to be done because it is poor. But you may want to look at this. Are you sure both are having the same score? You know? Both having the same score, you may want to look at this. You also may want to look at this. Are you sure this is the same level? Are you sure that the count and the scoring is right or wrong? If you say yes, you are clear, it's okay with me. That means that you may have this one, maybe high, this is medium. That means that you have all the 3, this is high, this quarters, and this is medium. That means you do not have low. Normally, we would have low. We would have some processes that are okay. It cannot be all processes are not okay. So you have to review back. Look at this. Maybe this cluster, maybe you have to review back. So that some may fall under here. You can now say, okay, this one is a low zone. This is a medium zone. Tapi kalau is okay, the same thing with this group. This group, you can say this one a high, so you have two high. This may be medium, okay, and this is low. Can I borrow a marker?
Sure.
Biru. Cantik dia buat, tak apalah. Penting kan? So this become high.
Bukan sampai before lah.
It's up to us. We can decide. Because we need focus.
Okay.
This may be medium. Okay. And this is
Low.
This may be low. Okay. So you have got low, you got medium, and you got high. This really need to work on immediately because this is 6 and you are not having any process at all. Okay. So this is your focus, immediate focus. But the medium one is also very critical because 6. So you may want to look at B even though it's good, but you want to see whether you want to set goals, improvement on this B. Same thing with C, and more so, even though it is 4, this is also non-existent. Huh? So you may want to say, hey, maybe this is also high. So we can say this is also high. Warna kat sini. So you have 4 very high, and then we have medium, and these are low. Low does not mean you forget about it, but you do not have to focus so much of your attention. So you may have got a lot of space, and you can achieve better result with being focused. Okay? Being focused. For this group,
Habislah. Beri laluan.
this is high. Huh? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Four medium. You want to, but you can also.
Yang tu B12 and 10 kita
B would be this.
medium.
So B would be this. So you need to focus. But there, I think it's too much. You will die standing. You have to relook at your discuss a bit more of the scoring that you give, and also the whether it support the CF, the critical success factor. Please review that, especially the high one, because you will be standing, you will die standing. You are not going to achieve whatever KPI it is. 4, I think, will be, to me, if you have 4 highs, that is okay lah. 4 highs is okay. Tapi kalau you too many high, then you may have to review it.
High blood pressure.
High blood pressure.
For this group, I would say this is high. Oh, this is so high.
paling banyak top 3 kan.
And your
Ada kaitan tapi yang paling banyak
and then this would be your medium. Without any low. Without any low. So you may want to look at some of your medium cluster. I think your high zone is okay. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it is manageable. But your medium is a bit too high. Can you look at some of the medium, then you push down to below.
Limitation.
Kita letak BP7 pun boleh BP7 dollar stimulation.
Let's look into this group.
Tiga je.
Ni grup ni mati baring ah. Mulai mati tenang.
Lain macam dia geram. Tak nampak tengok.
Ada speaker. Boleh cilok sini. Spiral.
Pening tengok.
Dua lah.
Ada lagi tu. Kan? Kan dah kata.
Lebih lelaki lah ni. Lebih lelaki lah ni. Nak kerja gelap-gelap kan. Macam dah ejas.
For this group, I'm circling this process. This process and this process is like wasting your time. Why should you be doing this process when you only support 2 critical success factor? If you only support 1 critical success factor, you're wasting your time doing this process. So 3 processes needs to be replaced. If you say you have about, you need about 10 lah, minimum 10 business process. If you about 7, 5 business process, you're spending a lot of time in port research. You're not working. You have about 10, but I want you to also look into this one, this cluster, the medium. You are having too many of the medium. Either some move up, some move down. You have 3 only on the high rating. Normally I would expect about 4 lah. Enough focus on it.
Ini kasi dia. Cilok sana, cilok dia.
Banyak guna-guna.
Banyak guna-guna.
Swiggle pun jangan. Cik Razak pun tak macam sana. Sama yang masuk tu swiggle tu
cantik.
Ini study kan tengok dalam perempuan macam ni.
Seorang
lelaki macam tu.
Seorang ni kena, yang lain tu dah jelas straight.
Oh wait.
Tak boleh je.
Pen cover.
Dia tak berani nak tolak je.
Any question from the group? Any question from the group? You need to work on some other adjustment. Any question from the group? Okay. What we need to do is once you identify the process to be high and medium, then you work on the high and medium. You set goals, improvement goals. Okay. These are the improvement goals that will be linked to your KPI. Okay? If your improvement goal, if your goal or the KPI is showing that you are on the on the low zone, then don't do the KPI, don't negotiate with the university. We don't do that KPI. You create another KPI so that you do a much better improvement. Why should you do improvement on a low zone area? That's only good. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's okay. It's okay. In the low zone, it's okay. You don't have to spend a lot of your energy in the wrong place. So your KPI will have to be more towards the high and more towards the medium. But the high is not more than 4. If you do more than 4, something not right. Something is not amiss. The medium also you watch out, don't put too many, if not you will die standing. It's unnecessary for you to spend so much time. Alright? Okay, are we okay with that?
Yes.
I have one more last slide. But this one, there is no exercise. This one you have to work with Nasrul later on. That is to set your goals. I am not here to tell you what is your goals going to be. You are the expert. You set the goals. You set the goals and try to link that goals to the KPI given by the company. The company may have some KPIs given you goals. But if there are some KPI which are on your low zone, then you highlight to Nasrul. Hey, this is on the low zone. We are in PD now. What do you want to do with the KPI? We sleep, we can meet this KPI. then there's no point of us try to do improvement, because if you meet those KPI, you are not going to meet your objective, your vision. We are here not so to get so engrossed with our KPI. What is more important for us to meet our vision. So once you set the goals, you have to do some analysis. If you dig into the toolbox of process improvement analysis, there are a lot of tools. You go to the Google, you can get a lot of tools. But the tools that I normally would use, which is very easy, is called the force field analysis. Okay, very easy tool, very simple to use. Take for example, you have your BP1, your business process 1. Okay, your business process 1 is here. Maybe the business process is at 7. Ataupun business process 1 is for this group is E. E. And your target is you want to move E to C lah, C or B. The most you can go to B. You don't expect to jump within 1 year to get E to A. It's not practical. Maybe from E to C. So from E to C, you do this simple analysis. If you want to go from E to C, what are the things that help us? What are the things that will be helping you to move from E to C? Identify what are the things that will help you, what are the forces that will help you. And then you also identify what are the things that are restraining you. Okay? The trick is not to increase the number of forces helping you, because that means you have to do work. Don't do so many work. You reduce the restraining force. Just like you are driving a car with the handbrake. And if you want to move fast, you put the pedal, you press on your accelerator, yes, the car will still move. But you use a lot of fuel, you lose a lot of energy. If you release the handbrake, with the same energy, you move forward. That's the same analogy with this tool. You identify the forces that is against the change. Remove that. Then the change will happen. Is it in equilibrium? The same thing if you were to take, for example, this process they are the process of, say, BP5. They are D today, poor. You want to move to B, from BP5 to B. So BP5 from B, you want to move to B. BP5 from D to move to B. What are the helping forces? What are the forces you identify that help you? And what are the forces that's against you? What helps you, just maintain. Don't increase it, don't reduce it. Because increase it will mean you have to do a lot more work. Okay? If you want to reduce, then you do less. So here is a matter of reducing the restraining force. So at least you do not do a lot of work. Okay? Be smart. In management, you have to be smart. So the smart thing is you focus on the few and yet you get a lot of result. And when you want to do improvement, don't touch what is good. Just go and do the tweaking of what is need to be done that restrain you from achieving your activities. Okay? So that one you need to talk to Nasrul and do the analysis together with Nasrul. But if you are stuck, you are very desperate, then we can communicate through Teams. If you want to do tonight exercise, nanti pukul 1 pun tak habis. Do this exercise, okay? Okay, that's it for me on your the whole area. Okay, let me try to wrap it up. Boleh? But before that, any question that you have done? Ada yang tak puas hati ke? Apa scoring macam tu?
So like this one. But so we have to relook again now, kan?
Review lah.
We have to review.
That's why I tell you, don't cheat. Because if you start, you may not realize what you are doing earlier. But now that you see the outcome, you understand the outcome, then you know, okay, these are certain areas we need to, again, let's sit down and review that we have done. Maybe we have over-qualified the team, or we may have to adjust whether it support or it does not support the critical success factor. But what will happen is the Teknoputra group will integrate all this into one. So that means the Teknoputra group will look at your business processes and then they will pick up the 12 business processes. Chances are it's the same. Each group may write differently, but it means the same. Okay? Most of it. Maybe one or two may differ, but majority of it is about the same. The same thing with the critical success factor is about the same. But what the Teknoputra group will do, they will try to come up with the critical success factor for the whole of Teknoputra. They will look at in the business processes, and then they will see what is your scoring, and they will call you and see whether you agree if they adjust the scoring or not. And then you will have the scoring for the whole of Teknoputra, and you know what are the things that you need to improve. But when you go back to your campus, it may change. It's up to you. You may say, no, in my campus, these business processes cannot be B. Maybe for the whole of UniKL is B, but for mine, I think it's A, it's excellent. So we do not want to touch this. And yet, I want to do improvement on certain business processes that I think you give B, but actually mine is C and D. It's up to you to do that. You can then negotiate with it. The only thing that I want to stress is strategy is not about numbers. It's about discussion. It's about a lot of improvement that are required, a lot of work, a lot of sharing that is needed. Some of you may want to share some of your success story, because if you keep it to yourself, that means there's something wrong with your culture. That your culture, that you are not embracing the openness of that culture. You do something good and yet you're not sharing with everyone. Tonight you know, these people give E. if but my campus, no, I think my campus is doing better, then share. Sharing is more important. You share with others so that others can also work on the improvement. Okay, if you do that, if everyone does it, then there is no requirement of trying to do every year, nak kena redo balik KPI. And you can see straight away the result that happened. I did not tell you what it is called. This is called the Process Quality Management. It was started by IBM in the 90s, in the early 90s, when they were working with a lot of projects, and it was together when they were doing the cultural changes. So there are a lot of projects, they have to be in a lot of countries. They want to have maximum result, but not having to do too many work. You have more result, but you just do whatever you're doing today. You don't have to spend additional energy to get more result. So this is the way they do it, and they call it the process quality management. But I've not seen so much of this in Malaysia, other than IBM that taught us. But I've not seen this a lot of things in Malaysia. Even in University Kuala Lumpur, when we call the consultant, none of them are doing this. So I do not want to disturb them. They are using the balanced scorecard. It's so okay to have a balanced scorecard, but the balanced scorecard, they are so focused on the numbers. My concern is too much focus on the numbers, you lose the soft aspect of it. The people aspect of it are not being taken care of. Alright? Now let's try to wrap what we have done before we finish tonight. Last night I came. We were strangers, and I hope you're okay today. With all your jingles and everything, I hope you have enjoyed the workshop. Okay? We have done well with the jingle, and the jingle can be part and parcel of Teknoputra's culture. Ada mesyuarat ada jingle. And I hope you still recall what are the things that we have discussed last night. And remember, if you do not recall, just go to Google. Mr. Google, can you show us Hofstede? And Hofstede will come out and say, these are the 6 parameters, dimension of culture in an organization. You can go back to your institute and you can judge where they are by looking at the signs, the behaviors, the observable behaviors. Go and look at the palace that you have in your institute. Is it a palace? Is the dean's room a palace? Go and knock at the door of the dean's room. Can I enter your room? What happened? Will security, will the secretary chase you or not? So that is an indicator, that is the observable behavior, and all the rest of the 6 characters. I'm not asking you to change the culture. It's very difficult to change the culture. Don't try to be a hero to change everything overnight. But you know how to manage it once you see that, oh, this is what they have. They are so collective. So if they are so collective, if I want to give a suggestion, maybe I will throw the suggestion to the group, so that the group will bring it up other than an individual will bring it up. Okay, that was last night. This morning when we came in, first thing I asked you to choose your liking of your logo, your geometry. Everybody, oh, this logo, that logo, not knowing what it means. But I hope you review that logo, and I think you may agree with me. It is you. Look at the mirror, I see a square in the mirror, or I see a rectangle in the mirror. And you can also do that with your husband and wife. You can do that with your children. You can do that with your office mate. Yeah? And I, because we are associate, we know each other well. So I just say, okay, pick up. But normally what I do, if I enter a classroom, there are strangers, I will prepare a name card and just say, choose your name card. And in that name card tu dah ada a square dan apa semua. So they take whatever they like. They say take whatever you like. If you like a square, take a square. This compliment from us. Write your name. Okay? When they want to do grouping, go and choose your grouping. Make sure that there are not too many of your name tag in that group. So then they say, hey, what is all about? Then we talk about it. But please remember, there are certain natural attraction, also natural dislike between each of the geometric likings that you have. And don't be oversensitive about it. For example, you go to your boss and your boss is a triangle, and you are a round person, and the boss seems to be angry. You may not realize, apa bos ni marah-marah ni? Macam lah bos ni. Relax lah. By nature itself, they repel each other. The same thing with a rectangle and a squiggle. The rectangle will always say, squiggle ni pemalas lah. Pasal tu dia pemalas. Malas. Lembab the squiggle ni. And the squiggle will always say, Allah susah sangat nak buat keputusan, simple lah. Bodoh betul. But that's normal. And now that you know, please take care of that interaction. Please take care. So if you're having problem, then go over to the rectangle. You say, Assalamualaikum. I want to let's have peace among each other. I now understand why we are behaving that way. Alright? And then this morning also you have discussed about what we call the strategic plan. A strategic plan is very simple, from here to there. If somebody asks you, tell me about a strategic plan, what is a strategic plan? It's from here to there. Here means you have to find out where are you today, and where you are today you have to do an analysis. I show you one analysis, that is a SWOT analysis. But make sure you do not say that is the only analysis. Hey, you apa ni? Pakai SWOT, tak boleh lain. There are a lot more tools. So you should, after this, have a lot of tools in your toolbox. You may use SWOT, you may use PESTEL, you can use PEST, you can use Moscow. Go and do that. There are a lot of tools to just measure, to just analyze, where are you here? Where are you today? You cannot go to there if you do not know where you are today. Okay? So you also know where you want to go. You all come up with your vision. That vision is where you want to go. Okay? Some of you wants to be the National Center of Excellence. Some say no, we should be the ASEAN Center of Excellence. Some say center cukup lah, center cukup. But whatever it is, that's your vision. And the secretariat or the Teknoputra will take that vision and come up with a proper vision, and they will give to some smart aleck somewhere to write for us. Some Dewan Bahasa and Pustaka, or some English lecturers who are creative in writing. They call it wordsmithing. They smith the word. Kalau smith ini bersihan, ini wordsmithing. Dia pandai guna bahasa-bahasa to come up. And maybe in the next meeting you have in Teknoputra, Nasir or Nasrul will share it with you. What is that vision that you have? This vision needs to be sold to the top management. Okay, you have to understand, in a very high power distance, you have to use the right word when you go to the palace. You go to the palace, use the right word, then you get whatever you want. It's not that difficult, just the methodology. You get the right word, you get the right connection, you get whatever you want. Then from the vision we work our way through the critical success factor and so on and so forth until what you have tonight. I've shared you a technology of to do things to get more result without doing too many things, so that you become focused. The key word here is to focus your energy on the few so that you get maximum result, so that your result can be seen. Next year you can see your result. Oh, your result dahsyat, bagus. You know, everything is good. So, alright? Anybody else wants to share anything before we call it a day? Your hotel pun dah datang, dah tarik semua orang meja-meja. Signal that we now have to pay them 1 hour dah lebih lah. Any question before we end our session? Before I pass it over to the owner of this.
Nama proses tadi apa? Proses quality management. PQM.
So far I cannot find a lot in the internet, but I've got some document to that. One later on I'll share with us. Alright, so I hope you are okay. So thank you very much. I'll see you whenever I see you. So Nazir, I give back to you.
Okay, thank you Dato and for sharing. So untuk makluman semua, Dato akan menamatkan perkhidmatan beliau sebagai master trainer kita pada malam ni. Bukan menamatkan UniKL menamatkan sebagai master trainer kita malam ni, besok tu tak ada. And then insyaAllah Haji Nasir pun tak ada juga esok. Dia masuk PDM, President His Meeting untuk Farmers Market. Dan sebelum saya persilakan Tuan Haji Nasir untuk ucapan, sebab selepas ucapan Tuan Haji Nasir sebagai penutup, kita akan ambil gambar antara Dato' ada. Dan saya nak ambil kesempatan ini ucapkan terima kasih kepada Yang Bahagia Dato' bagi sharing kepada kita. Rasa banyak input yang kita dapat daripada semalam sampai ke malam ini. So terima kasih kepada Tuan Haji Nasir juga lah yang mencadangkan juga Dato' untuk jadi master trainer kita lah. Dan sebagaimana yang saya sendiri lah personally, saya kenal Dato' masa dia interview saya lah. Interview dia masuk UniKL untuk Teknoputra. And then tahun kedua saya masuk UniKL, dia dah tarik saya untuk naik ke bilik dia. Ada depan bilik tu ada meja bulat. Dekat situlah saya dengan dia duduk, dia ajar macam-macam lah. Nasrul buat ni. Banyak yang knowledge yang Dato' ada ni is very valuable. Dan kita tak dapat unless kalau kita tak jumpa dia lah. So apa yang dia share malam-malam ni pun is a very good tools. Yang salah satu tools yang saya pegang ni ialah satu apps yang Dato' dah share, iaitu Trello. Trello apps is a project management system punya apps which is 2015 tak silap. Dan saya masih pakai sampai sekarang di Trello ni. So sekarang ni saya rasa we have a very good mentor. So and then I think your door is open.
No wrong door.
Maknanya bila no wrong door tu you can discuss anything maksud dia dengan Dato'. So I hope kita boleh continue besok untuk another session, last session untuk ECC especially. Tempat dekat bawah tempat semalam. Jadi for that saya persilakan Tuan Haji Nasir untuk berucapan. Terima kasih.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih Nasrul. Untuk namanya kita sebelum kita penat tangan ni, kita berikan tepukan sekali lah kepada masa sebenarnya kita. Bukan mudah nak dapat game schedule. Last minute dia saya cakap okay Dato' kita on. Itulah dia punya critical tu untuk mengadakan this workshop. Okay, so dah nak diulaskan, Nasrul pun dah ulas. So kita sepatutnya kita rasa bertuah. Because this the first time yang I nampak dekat Teknoputra, kita try buatkan schedule tu, yang schedule kita orang looks like perfect lah, mana according to what we plan. So banyak lagi schedule yang akan mendatang. So I really need the support from all the members. Sebab plan ada tapi tidak ada support, so kita tak akan dapat laksanakan apa sahaja perancangan. So these 2 days punya program daripada semalam sehingga malam ni is a very good sharing. So ramai orang nak rebut Dato' Zahir sebenarnya. So you are very lucky. So that's why kita mengambil satu pendekatan yang saya rasa agak sempurna. Kita gabungkan ECC dan juga techno representative daripada all institute. So take it this sebagai satu kata orang hadiah, satu hadiah, because it's not so easy untuk Dato' share his idea yang dah berapa puluh tahun dia dapat dekat MAS last time. So dia bawa kita apa tu the idea tu pada hari ini. So janganlah kita segan-segan untuk kita bawa balik this idea dan kita kongsikan dengan rakan-rakan kita untuk benefit for this UniKL. So lagi sekali saya pun minta maaf kerana esok saya tidak dapat bersama, tetapi esok saya dah cakap dengan Cik Nasrul kongsikan sedikit daripada hasil retreat yang saya attend dekat UniKL berkenaan dengan what is the focus for this 2022 lah. Salah satu main focus kita adalah salah satu chair for entrepreneurship, this one. Kita pun ada plan juga nak buat crowdfunding, the idea crowdfunding. So where we want to get contact with our alumni and then juga kita punya student. Kalau kita count kita punya numbers of the UniKL, alumni kita dah ada about 70k, 70,000. Kalau plus with the existing members, mana about 100k lah. So mana kalau satu orang contribute RM5 ataupun RM10, you just count how many thousand. So this that we can support kita punya new members yang nak involve di dalam business. Mana tidaklah mereka penimpala nak cari investor dan sebagainya. So itu saja. Kalau ada kesilapan daripada Tekno Office, kita minta maaf. So tapi yang paling penting, ambillah apa-apa yang positif daripada this workshop. So hopefully tomorrow the idea ataupun the perbincangan akan berjalan dengan lancar. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, anda tolong dengan kita set kursi sikit.